Chapter 1269, Crazy Start. The candlelight auction has even obtained a dark gold strengthening item. These attributes are ridiculous. I've heard that bronze strengthening items can only increase a ship's durability by 2 points, yet the magic whale skin can increase a ship's defense by 10% and durability by 10 points. It can even increase movement speed by 3%. The various guilds' upper echelons in the first floor hall panted as they stared at the magic whale skin. Ordinary players might not yet understand the game's ships, but the various large guilds present understood them very clearly. If an item like the magic whale skin were used to strengthen a bronze speedboat, it could improve the speedboat's performance significantly. Meanwhile, a speedboat could be enhanced to a total of 5 times. If one fully enhanced a bronze speedboat with magic whale skins, the speedboat's performance might even exceed mysterious iron speedboats. However, strengthening a bronze speedboat with a magic whale skin would be the epitome of luxury. At the very least, only mysterious iron ships would qualify for such a powerful strengthening item. Black Flame is quite generous. He has decided to use such a valuable item to open the auction. Yuan Tiexin was slightly astonished when he saw the magic whale skin. The various major powers had spared no effort to get ahead of others at sea, yet Zero Wing was giving such a wondrous item away. In another VIP room, Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes shone as he stared at the magic whale skin. There were still a few days until the contest on Thunder Island began. If he could purchase the magic whale skin, he could upgrade one of his bronze speedboats. With this, he would have an easier time killing boss-grade sea monsters and obtaining thunder passes. When Melancholic Smile saw the crowd's excitement, she quietly released a sigh of relief. Now that everyone has seen the magic whale skin's attributes, let us proceed to the bidding. We will sell 3 sheets at a time. The starting price is 10,000 magic crystals, and each increment must not be lower than 500. Let us begin. As soon as Melancholic Smile announced the starting price, many players gasped. According to the current market price, 10,000 magic crystals was the equivalent of 2,500 gold. With that amount of money, one could purchase a relatively good plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, magic crystals were far more precious than coins as they were more difficult to obtain. However, the high price wasn't the only reason these players were shocked. What surprised them more was Candlelight's ability to offer 3 magic whale skin sheets at a time. After all, a single sheet could not qualitatively transform a ship. However, 3 sheets could. What a ruthless price. Sirius chuckled as he shook his head. It seems Candlelight is going to take our money today. The competition at sea grew more intense with each passing day. If his guild could increase a high-ranking ship's performance by a rank, it would raise the guild's naval strength to new heights. While Sirius sighed, the price of the magic whale skins rose rapidly. 10,500 crystals. 11,000 crystals. 12,000 crystals. In just 10 seconds, the price had soared to 15,000 magic crystals. One could purchase epic equipment with that kind of money. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? We have already lent our magic crystals to Zero Wing. We have less than 5,000 crystals on hand, Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she watched the price of the magic whale skin continuously increase. She also felt that Zero Wing was too insincere. Rather than offering such a valuable item to them, Zero Wing had chosen to auction it. Phoenix Rain could only reveal a bitter smile in response. She had been racking her mind to figure out a way to increase her fleet's strength. She had even led a team of experts to the Death Whisper Fortress personally to obtain ship-strengthening items. Only after many sacrifices had she gotten her hands on a mysterious iron-strengthening item. On the other hand, without anybody noticing, Zero Wing had dark gold strengthening items immediately. Phoenix Rain called up her friends list and contacted Shifeng. Team leader Yifeng, I wish to use the magic crystals I lent you to purchase the magic whale skins that are currently on auction. Will that be possible? Phoenix Rain asked. Of course. That won't be a problem. I'll notify the auctioneer right away. However, your maximum limit will be the 250,000 magic crystals you lent our guild. I can't make the decision if the price is higher than that, Shifeng said earnestly. One of the reasons that he had generously offered the magic whale skins for auction was to show everyone Zero Wing's foundations. In any case, he had 8 sheets in total. He only needed 5 to strengthen the hurricane sailboat. Using the remaining 3 on speedboats or common small sailboats would be a waste. It would be more beneficial to sell them. The second reason was to pay back his debt. After all, he had yet to return the 250,000 magic crystals he had borrowed from Phoenix Rain. If he tried to offer her the top-tier dark gold weapons or equipment that he had obtained from the Dark Arena, it was unlikely that Phoenix Rain would be interested. Only something like the magic whale skin, which could increase one's naval strength, would garner Phoenix Rain's attention. Hearing Shifeng saying so, Phoenix Rain relaxed. There were still 5 days until the debt was due. Zero Wing could easily reject her request. 20,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain instantly placed a frightening bid. As expected of the players in the VIP rooms. They can afford to place such insane bids casually. Both independent players and guilds in the first floor hall were astonished by Phoenix Rain's bid. Even first-rate guilds were fortunate if they had a stockpile of 60,000 magic crystals. After all, there were too few sources. Moreover, their daily consumption was considerably high. It was impossible to stockpile so many. Spending 20,000 magic crystals just to strengthen a single ship was simply too much of a luxury. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds were capable of such a thing. 21,000 crystals. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned as he placed a new bid. The Holy City slots were his main goal. Hence, he hadn't prepared many magic crystals. He currently had 24,000 crystals on hand. After all, a small guild like Zero Wing should not be capable of offering anything worth his while. Now, however, it was too late for him to send his subordinates to collect more magic crystals. Ha ha ha. It seems the other powers haven't come prepared. Yuan Tiexin chuckled. Following which, he shouted, 30,000 crystals. The secret pavilion had prepared plenty of coins and magic crystals for the candlelight auction. After all, the secret pavilion had done business with Zero Wing many times before, so they knew that Zero Wing possessed strong foundations and had many items that could even tempt the secret pavilion. However, Yuan Tiexin had never expected to find such an opportunity. 31,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain placed a new bid, but she didn't raise it by much. While the magic whale skin was valuable, its price was already high. Any higher and one could afford a bronze speedboat. 35,000 crystals. Yuan Tiexin said without hesitation. 36,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain frowned as she glanced at Yuan Tiexin's room a short distance away. This was the highest she was willing to go. Although she had plenty of magic crystals, she could not waste them. The other audience members were stupefied. The cost of 3 magic whale skins could already rival half of a first-rate guild's magic crystals. It seems that they have reached their limit. Yuan Tiexin smiled. 40,000 crystals. The other superpowers might only want the magic whale skin to fortify a bronze speedboat. However, the secret pavilion was in possession of a mysterious iron speedboat. 3 magic whale skins could almost put their ship on par with a secret silver speedboat. He wouldn't even blink at spending 100,000 magic crystals on such a ship, much less 40,000. The instant he placed his 40,000 crystal bid, the venue fell silent. After melancholic smile knocked the gavel 3 times and confirmed the sale, a gasp echoed throughout the auction house. The major powers that had scolded the candlelight trading firm for fraud had run out of comments. The first auction item had sold for 40,000 magic crystals. They had to admit that the candlelight auction was high quality. Only, they still thought that the processing fees for the bartering session were somewhat expensive. However, not long after these major powers had such thoughts, the second auction item was revealed above the stage. Every one of these major powers stared in silence. Even the various superpowers were no exception. The reason for such a reaction was that the second item was none other than the Thunder Pass. Chapter 1270, The Cost of Arrogance. Thunder Island was no longer a secret among the various major powers. Even some second-rate guilds with powerful information networks knew about the island. Various superpowers were frantically collecting Thunder Passes, but these weren't easily obtainable, requiring a lot of manpower and resources. Each additional Thunder Pass would allow them to bring 10 more experts to Thunder Island. When the contest for Thunder Island's authority began, the superpower with the most Thunder Passes would have a greater advantage. Hence, the various superpowers constantly offered to purchase Thunder Passes at a high price, attracting plenty of adventurer teams to sail the Sea of Death and kill sea monsters. Only, there had been no news of any adventurer team obtaining passes even now. Nevertheless, the Candlelight trading firm was selling a Thunder Pass. It was truly hard to imagine that an upstart guild's auction could consecutively offer 2 treasures that could tempt the various superpowers. Moreover, they had already announced the final item, the Holy City's slots. How could these major powers not be shocked? Now that everyone has seen our second auction item, without further ado, we will begin the bidding at 3,000 magic crystals. Each increment cannot be lower than 100 crystals. Begin. Melancholic Smile announced the starting price. This price surprised many of the players in the first floor hall. They all thought it was outrageously high. However, the various superpowers on the second floor made nothing of it. On the contrary, they all felt it was considerably cheap. After all, they normally offered 1,000 gold per pass. 4,000 crystals. 4,300 crystals. 5,000 crystals. As soon as Melancholic Smile opened the floor for bids, the various superpowers, which initially had little interest in the Candlelight auction, contested madly for the Thunder Pass. These superpowers gave the players in the first floor hall no opportunities to intervene, raising the price again and again. Even the participating second-rate guilds felt out of their league in this auction. As for the players and guilds that had scolded the Candlelight trading firm for being fraudulent, none of them dared to make a peep. Eventually, Phoenix Rain won the Thunder Pass for 8,300 magic crystals. Pavilion Master, are we letting Phoenix Rain have the pass just like that? Martial Dragon asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Any higher and the pass wouldn't be worth it. In any case, Rain has 10 extra slots. They're not enough to make a difference, Nine Dragons Emperor growled, sneering. After giving the matter some thought, Martial Dragon agreed with his guild leader. They had far more slots than Phoenix Rain. Even if she had 10 more, the increase wouldn't be enough to affect the big picture. Following the end of the second item's bidding, Melancholic Smile gestured to the image above the stage once more. However, the image remained the same as before. Smiling, she said, let's begin the auction for the third item. The third item is another Thunder Pass. Like before, the starting price is 3,000 magic crystals. Begin. What? There's more. Gasps echoed throughout the venue. Thunder Passes were extremely difficult to obtain. Obtaining one was already an amazing feat, yet Zero Wing had another to offer. Even Phoenix Rain was surprised. Of course, she was also elated. Although it was only one more entry pass, there was a huge difference between 10 and 20. Fortunately, among the superpowers present, she had the most magic crystals to spend. As soon as the auction began, the Thunder Pass's price instantly rose to 8,000 magic crystals. Unlike before, the various superpowers paid more attention to the Thunder Pass this time. They, too, realized what kind of consequences they would suffer if another power had 20 additional slots. The competition for the second Thunder Pass intensified. Eventually, however, Phoenix Rain obtained the second Thunder Pass for 15,400 magic crystals. Although the price was astoundingly high, Phoenix Rain felt that the money had been well spent just when everyone believed that the competition for the Thunder Passes had ended. Melancholic Smile pointed at the Thunder Passes image once again. This is insane. Just how many Thunder Passes do they have? The players in the auction venue involuntarily shuddered. This was especially true for the various superpowers in the second-floor VIP rooms. They could tolerate a single power obtaining 1 or 2 passes as it wouldn't significantly impact the outcome. However, if the Candlelight trading firm sold too many Thunder Passes, the balance would change, affecting the contest. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Melancholic Smile did not immediately start the next round of bids. Instead, she took 3 Thunder Passes from her bag, stupefying everyone present. How? How do they have so many passes? Nine Dragons Emperor shook as he stared at the 3 Thunder Passes in Melancholic Smile's hand. He found it truly unbelievable that Zero Wing had obtained so many passes. Despite the scarcity of Thunder Passes in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing had 5. The Dragon Pavilion Master previously had only 60 slots more than Phoenix Rain. He could ignore losing the 2 Thunder Passes, as he still had a considerable advantage over Phoenix Rain even then. However, if Phoenix Rain won these 3 Thunder Passes as well, the difference between their teams would be negligible. This won't do. I must obtain these passes. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded, notify Bell and have him send all our magic crystals immediately. Pavilion Master, I've already notified him. However, it will take at least 10 minutes before they arrive, Martial Dragon reported. 10 minutes? Damn it. Why so long? Regret and anger filled Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he stared at the 3 Thunder Passes. Notify Zero Wing's auctioneer. Tell her that we request a delay. Had the Candlelight trading firm stated beforehand that such items would be sold, he never would have been caught off guard. In reality, Nine Dragons Emperor wasn't the only person to react that way. Even guilds such as Pantheon, Miracle, King's Return, Battle Wolves, and Sacred Temple were caught flat-footed. After all, nobody would have imagined that there would be such frightening items offered at the Candlelight auction. They had prepared only the lands required to purchase the Holy City slots. Almost at the same time, the representatives of the various superpowers all reported back to the upper echelons of their respective guilds, having their guilds send magic crystals over. Aside from this, they also contacted the Candlelight trading firm asking for a delay in the auctioning of the Thunder Passes or permission to use other items as collateral. This scene stunned the various major powers and adventurer teams present. After all, asking for a delay in the auctioning of an item was a relatively humiliating thing to do, as this would show that one had insufficient funds. Despite that, the various superpowers of God's domain were actually willing to cast away their reputation. It was truly inconceivable. Guild leader, are we going to delay the auction of the Thunder Passes? Melancholic Smile asked after contacting Shifeng. Currently, 5 superpowers had requested a delay, something not commonly seen. If it were any other first-rate guild holding this auction right now, they would definitely acquiesce without hesitation. We can delay the auction, but tell them that they need to compensate us for the time lost. Every minute's delay will cost them 300 gold. They are welcome to delay the auction for as long as they want, Shifeng replied nonchalantly. Guild leader, this, Melancholic Smile's heart skipped a beat when she heard his answer. Don't worry about it. Just tell them as is, Shifeng said, chuckling. There were only a few days left until the contest over Thunder Island. At this point, practically all boss-grade sea monsters that could be killed had already been killed once before. Even if one killed the boss-grade sea monsters that respawned, the likelihood of a Thunder Pass dropping would be very low. After all, only a limited number of Thunder Passes could drop during each contest cycle. The only reason he had managed to obtain so many Thunder Passes was the King-class sea monster he had killed. If he did not make a killing off these superpowers now, he would be doing that King-class sea monster a disservice. Melancholic Smile fell speechless at Shifeng's words. Her guild leader was a little too good at earning money. However, since it was a command from her guild leader, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to repeat Shifeng's words to the 5 superpowers. Chapter 1271, Frantic Struggle. Pavilion Master, Candlelight is clearly trying to extort us. Martial Dragon's expression darkened when he heard Melancholic Smile's reply. They would have to pay 3,000 gold if they wanted to delay the auction of the Thunder Passes for 10 minutes. Such a sum was enough to purchase a considerably good plot of land in an ordinary NPC city. Although 3,000 gold was nothing to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, they would be fools to accept this offer. At this moment, Nine Dragons Emperor also had an ugly expression on his face. This damnable Zero Wing. Nine Dragons Emperor pounded his fist on the armrest of his chair. In a chilling tone, he said, "Let them have it. Isn't it just 3,000 gold? I'll have Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing pay it back 100-fold in the future." If he did not stop Phoenix Rain from obtaining the remaining 3 Thunder Passes, the struggle on Thunder Island would undoubtedly become more troublesome. Meanwhile, the other 4 superpowers also paid the 3,000 gold without hesitation. After all, acquiring the 3 Thunder Passes would greatly bolster the forces they could send to Thunder Island. In just a brief moment, Shifeng earned 15,000 gold, enough money for him to buy a golden land in a major NPC city. While the bidding for the Thunder Passes was on hold, Melancholic Smile continued auctioning one item after another. Meanwhile, every one of these items was highly contested by the players in the first floor hall. Some of these items were on commission from other players, while some were dark gold weapons and equipment from Zero Wing's warehouse. The fine gold rank magic light set equipment that was auctioned managed to garner the attention of those on the second floor. The various major powers knew full well how difficult it was to obtain such high-level set equipment. Despite all their efforts in challenging level 50+ monsters, they had yet to get even a piece of level 50 fine gold equipment, much less fine gold set equipment. In the end, the secret pavilion bought the magic light set equipment for 4,000 gold. Meanwhile, each one of the 100 advanced mana armor kits offered sold for roughly 150 gold. After the auction of the advanced mana armor kits came to an end, the sale of the bronze engineering locomotives began. Nowadays, the various major powers in God's domain were frantically collecting high-ranking mounts as well as equipping their elite members with common mounts. They all understood that the era of mounts had already arrived. If they did not quickly equip their guild members with mounts, they would end up trailing the other guilds before long. After all, once players had mounts, they could save up on plenty of travel time. High-ranking mounts even possessed combat capabilities. Now that the Candlelight trading firm was selling bronze mounts, the various major powers naturally wouldn't let this opportunity get away. I believe everyone has seen the bronze engineering locomotives attributes already. The starting price will be 150 gold, and each increment must not be lower than 10 gold. Begin. The moment Melancholic Smile announced the start of the auction, whether it was the various large guilds or adventurer teams, they all began placing bids fervently. 160 gold. 170 gold. 180 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price of the bronze engineering locomotive reached 350 gold. Just as everyone believed that the price of the mount would stop at 400 gold, a new bid came from one of the second-floor rooms. 600 gold. Yuan Tiexin declared. It's just a bronze mount, yet the guy in that room is actually offering 600 gold. He might as well use the money to buy a top-tier dark gold weapon. Everyone was astonished by Yuan Tiexin's bid. While they understood that bronze mounts were extremely rare, they were definitely unwilling to spend 600 gold to obtain one. Uncle Yuan, we could have gotten the mount for just 500 gold. Why did you offer 600? Purple Jade asked curiously. After the price reached 400 gold, the representatives of first-rate guilds no longer showed much interest. It would have even been possible to obtain the engineering locomotive for just 460 or 470 gold, yet Yuan Tiexin had offered 600 gold. Even if the secret pavilion was rich, they should not be wasting their money in such a way. This is an order from the guild leader. He has tasked us with purchasing every engineering locomotive that comes up. If I only bid 500 gold this time, other people will still harbor some hope of purchasing it later on. If I offer 600 gold at once, they will give up on trying for the mounts that come up later on in the auction, Yuan Tiexin explained, chuckling. What? Didn't we already obtain plenty of engineering locomotives from Zero Wing before? Moreover, many of our experts frequently raid ancient ruins to collect high-ranking mounts. We shouldn't be lacking in bronze mounts, right? Purple Jade asked, confused. It is precisely because we have obtained so many engineering locomotives from Zero Wing that we have even more reason to purchase every one of them that appears today, Yuan Tiexin replied, smiling. Originally, I also thought that there was nothing special about the bronze engineering locomotives. Their base attributes are even weaker than those of other bronze mounts. However, when 50 engineering locomotives are gathered within a certain range, they will gain a buff called Mechanical Heart. The buff increases the mount's movement speed by 15% and both the rider's and mount's defense by 20%. This buff will greatly assist teams in both travel and battle. They actually have such an effect? Purple Jade was shocked. She immediately understood why the guild leader wanted to purchase all of the bronze engineering locomotives. Large guilds often conducted team operations. If they could fully equip a 50-man team with bronze engineering locomotives, the team's efficiency would increase considerably. Following which, the secret pavilion instantly purchased every bronze engineering locomotive that went up on auction. Although some first-rate guilds tried to compete for the mount, the secret pavilion shut them down with a significantly higher bid. None of them got any chance whatsoever. In the end, the secret pavilion purchased all 10 mounts that were offered. Consequently, people also started recognizing the standard of the candlelight auction. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction venue grew increasingly heated. When Melancholic Smile revealed the 3 thunder passes before everyone once again, the entire hall went into an uproar. The reason for such a reaction was everyone's desire to see the various superpowers going all out in bidding for the passes. Let us begin bidding for the next auction item. The starting price for these 3 thunder passes will be 10,000 magic crystals. Each increment may not be lower than 1,000 crystals. Begin. As soon as Melancholic Smile finished speaking, the struggle between the various superpowers present began. Only, before the crowd on the first floor could enjoy the pleasure of watching this auction, they heard a bid that made even the various first-rate guilds present shudder involuntarily. 50,000 crystals. 9 Dragons Emperor shouted. With the bid rising to 50,000 crystals right off the bat, the first-rate guilds present that were entertaining thoughts of competing for the thunder passes were immediately disqualified. Meanwhile, everyone present was also shocked by 9 Dragons Emperor's wealth. Just to obtain 3 entry passes, 9 Dragons Emperor had bid the equivalent of a first-rate guild's entire stockpile of magic crystals. 53,000 crystals. 55,000 crystals. 60,000 crystals. Phoenix Rain called out a new price. Now, just one thunder pass cost 20,000 magic crystals. Have these superpowers lost their minds? The players on the first floor hall were stupefied. Melancholic Smile was also shocked. She could not comprehend why the various superpowers were going so crazy over a few entry passes. However, Melancholic Smile and the others did not realize Shi Feng's intent in selling 3 thunder passes at once. The difference in the number of Thunder Island slots each superpower currently possessed was not particularly large. At this point, the number of slots each superpower wielded also wouldn't undergo any massive changes. The addition of these 30 slots might very well become the straw that broke the camel's back. Hence, the various superpowers naturally wouldn't give up on competing for them so close to the contest for Thunder Island's authority. Otherwise, wouldn't all their previous efforts in obtaining Thunder Passes go to waste? Chapter 1272, Growth of the Guild. Just as everyone was feeling shocked at the wealth of the various superpowers, a new bid appeared once again. 70,000 crystals. Are magic crystals rocks? The players in the first floor hall felt their minds going numb when they heard this price. The bids were actually rising in increments of 10,000 magic crystals. In the past, they only knew that the superpowers of the virtual gaming world were existences that should not be provoked, as the disparity was simply too big. Now, however, it would seem that the gap between both sides was far larger than they imagined it to be. 80,000 crystals. Sirius shouted without hesitation. Too much profit was at stake on Thunder Island. At this crucial moment, the battle wolves naturally could not afford to fall behind. Hence, the guild had mailed 300,000 magic crystals to Sirius in order to obtain the last 3 Thunder passes. In reality, though, obtaining the additional 30 slots was only secondary to the Battle Wolves Guild. The crucial point was that these 30 slots must not fall into the hands of another power. Shortly after Sirius placed his bid, the representative from Miracle raised the price by another 10,000 crystals. In less than a minute, the price for the 3 Thunder passes had already reached an astronomical sum of 250,000 magic crystals. They sure are desperate. Shifeng was greatly surprised when he heard this figure. Although he had long since known that the Thunder passes would fetch a high price, he had never imagined that they would be this valuable. Just 3 Thunder passes would already allow him to settle his debt with Phoenix Rain. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? We don't have that many magic crystals left anymore, Blue Phoenix said anxiously. The person who placed the 250,000 crystal bid was Nine Dragons Emperor. If Nine Dragons Emperor obtained the 3 passes, he would definitely suppress their side during the contest on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain also frowned at this scene. She never thought that the situation would develop in this manner. If it were the other powers that obtained the passes, she wouldn't have minded it that much. However, if Nine Dragons Emperor got the passes, she would lose her chance to become the Great Pavilion Master. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain's lips curled up into a bright smile. However, her smile also carried a hint of bitterness. She immediately contacted Shifeng once again. Team leader Yifeng, I wish to borrow 300,000 magic crystals from Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Of course, I won't be borrowing it for nothing. I will use 2 golden shops in 2 of the Apocalypse Empire's top 3 NPC cities as collateral. If I cannot return 400,000 magic crystals in 7 days, those 2 golden shops will become the Candlelight Trading Firm's possession. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix jumped up in fright when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Those 2 golden shops are the foundations of the Phoenix Pavilion. Although the Apocalypse Empire was very large with a high player population, it had only 8 NPC cities that had a player population of over 5 million. Meanwhile, the 2 golden shops Phoenix Rain mentioned were located in 2 of the 7 other major NPC cities, aside from the imperial capital. Currently, the value of these 2 golden shops was not one bit inferior to the Candlelight Trading Firm in White River City. How could they possibly use such important assets as collateral? I understand what I'm doing, Phoenix Rain said determinedly. Hearing this response, Blue Phoenix fell speechless. With the Phoenix Pavilion's current state, how could they possibly collect 400,000 magic crystals in just 7 days? As expected of the Demon Queen. The actions she takes are truly flawless. Shifeng was inwardly surprised by Phoenix Rain's offer. Although using the 2 golden shops as collateral might seem greatly disadvantageous to Phoenix Rain, in reality, that wasn't entirely the case. After all, whether Phoenix Rain managed to repay her debt or not, she would not make a loss if she succeeded in redeeming her debt, she could simply retrieve her shops. Even if she failed, the shops would become the Candlelight Trading Firm's possessions, not Zero Wing's. There was a huge difference between the shops falling into the Candlelight Trading Firm's hands and Zero Wing's. After all, Phoenix Rain owned 20% of the Candlelight Trading Firm's shares. If the candlelight trading firm grew stronger through the addition of those two shops, the profits Phoenix Rain received from her shares would increase as well. Moreover, if converted to coins, 300,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 75,000 gold, a sum that already exceeded the startup costs of those two shops. While this might seem like a risky deal for Phoenix Rain, in reality, the loss she would make would be minimal. Team leader Yifeng, what is your decision? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling. When Shifeng looked at Phoenix Rain in the screen, he suddenly felt as if he was the one borrowing money from her. From beginning to end, it was as if the initiative in this trade was in her hands, not his. Alright, you have a deal. However, the magic crystals will be left with the candlelight trading firm for now. Once the auction is over, I'll hand over the remainder to you. Shifeng nodded. Phoenix Rain's conditions were indeed difficult to refuse. If the candlelight trading firm could branch out to two cities with populations rivaling that of White River City, the potential profits were simply frightening, particularly now that the various large guilds were placing more focus towards exploring ancient ruins. He had even more need for the golden shops of the Apocalypse Empire's major NPC cities to sell the lunar potion. Following which, Shifeng and Phoenix Rain signed a contract through the system. When Blue Phoenix watched Phoenix Rain signing the contract, she suddenly realized an extremely important matter. Despite its extreme importance, her mind had in fact automatically forgotten about this matter every time it occurred, treating it as if it was only natural. Before coming into contact with Zero Wing, the latter had been only a small guild that received help from them secretly. Yet, after some time, the guild was now a source of significant income. Zero Wing had even become a guild that could actually be of help to them. When Blue Phoenix thought of Zero Wing's growth speed, she could not help but have goosebumps. Even a guild supported by a major corporation could not compete with Zero Wing in development speed. Meanwhile, during this time, the price for the 3 Thunder Passes had already reached 280,000 magic crystals. This price caused many superpowers to give up on bidding. Of course, if powers like Miracle, Sacred Temple, King's Return, and Battle Wolves wanted to, they could still compete for the Thunder Passes. However, letting 9 Dragons Emperor obtain the 3 Thunder Passes would not have any effect on their performance on Thunder Island. Hence, rather than waste a ton of magic crystals, these superpowers came to a silent agreement not to increase the bid any further. Pavilion Master, with this, we will definitely have a huge lead over Phoenix Rain on Thunder Island. Not only will we be able to send more men to harass her group, but we can also dispatch more men to carry out our original plans. Hearing Melancholic Smile's gavel land for the second time, Martial Dragon sneered as he looked towards Phoenix Rain's room. Although I've spent quite a lot this time, as long as I can surpass Phoenix Rain on Thunder Island, all of this will be worth it. A smile appeared on 9 Dragons Emperor's face. Although he had prepared quite a lot, he only had a total of 330,000 magic crystals on hand. If the other powers continued contesting for the Thunder Passes, he would not be able to put up a struggle. Just as the gavel was about to land for the 3rd time, however, a new bid appeared in the auction venue. 300,000. Didn't she run out of magic crystals already? 9 Dragons Emperor was confused as he looked at Phoenix Rain's room. However, a possibility very quickly occurred to him. Damn that Zero Wing. They actually lent magic crystals to her. 310,000. However, 9 Dragons Emperor was also helpless to do anything about this situation. He had no choice but to continue bidding. As for the other superpowers, they had already given up on fighting over this bottomless pit, because regardless if Phoenix Rain or 9 Dragons Emperor obtained these 3 Thunder Passes, the two of them would not be able to affect their results on Thunder Island at all. 320,000. 330,000. 340,000. Phoenix Rain continued increasing her bid without hesitation. When the price reached 340,000 crystals, 9 Dragons Emperor was thoroughly defeated. He could only watch as the gavel in Melancholic Smile's hand landed one time after another. In the end, the 3 Thunder Passes fell into Phoenix Rain's hands. Seeing this outcome, the various major powers grew exceedingly envious of Zero Wing. Zero Wing had managed to earn 340,000 magic crystals just by selling 3 Thunder Passes. This was practically even more profitable than robbing a bank. After the auction for the Thunder Passes came to an end, the remaining items that came up did not garner much interest from the various superpowers. Only the players seated in the first floor hall bid for them. Although the prices of the items were not particularly high, the quantity was much higher. Time passed quickly. As one item after another sold for a high price, one of the highly anticipated finale items finally appeared before everyone. The personal houses of Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1273, Enviable Zero Wing. The moment the image of Stone Forest Town's personal houses appeared, the players in the first floor hall grew restless. Apart from the Holy City slots, these players had come to the candlelight auction to see Stone Forest Town's personal housing. The various major powers might ignore the personal houses, but to independent players, these houses were extremely important. If I can get a house, I can easily travel to Stone Forest Town's battle arena. I can definitely surpass those other experts. Using the houses in Stone Forest Town as a training ground isn't a bad idea either. Many independent experts and adventurer teams' eyes shone with excitement when they saw the personal houses introduction. Stone Forest Town had undergone a qualitative transformation since the last war. Not only was the town's mana density much higher, but the number of wandering merchant NPCs visiting the town continued to increase. Most importantly, more expert players had been attracted to the town. Every day, Stone Forest Town hosted hundreds of duels between experts, and anyone was free to watch. One could also participate in the battle arenas tournaments, fighting for the chance to learn the rumored combat techniques and enjoy more benefits in the establishment. However, traveling to and from Stone Forest Town was somewhat inconvenient as the town didn't have any teleportation arrays for public use. If they could purchase a personal house, traveling to and from Stone Forest Town would be a lot easier. Now that everyone has seen the personal houses, the starting price is 300 gold per unit, and each increment must not be lower than 10 gold. Begin. As Melancholic Smile finished speaking, the first floor's players shouted one bid after another. 310 gold. 320 gold. 500 gold. The price's rise was simply staggering. With 500 gold, one could purchase a considerably good house in an NPC town. However, it was obvious that the price had yet to reach its limit. Only after the price reached 610 gold did it finally stop. After watching the first house sell, the various major powers grew envious. Constructing a house in a player town was extremely cheap, with the cheapest only costing 20 gold and the pricey houses costing up to 100 gold. However, the more expensive a house was, the more space it occupied. Needless to say, to maximize their land use, Zero Wing would have constructed the 20 gold houses rather than the 100 gold houses. Now, every one of these 20 gold houses sold for more than 600 gold. The candlelight auction sold a total of 50 houses, but it was nothing compared to the number of adventurer teams and independent players present. The following houses sold for much higher prices than the first. Among the 50 houses, the most expensive had sold for 740 gold. On average, the houses had sold for 650 gold. By auctioning the 50 houses, Zero Wing had made 32,500 gold. Although this was spare change to superpowers, to first-rate guilds, it was a massive sum of money. It was enough to equip many of their elite members with common mounts. Guild leader, this is a rare opportunity, why don't we sell a few more units? Melancholic Smile contacted Shifeng and suggested after seeing the players' disappointment. It was clear that the number of houses they had offered was far from enough to satisfy the demand. No. We'll stick with our original plan. We want them to learn about the benefit of Stone Forest Town's houses first. In the future, we'll be able to sell the houses for a higher price. Shifeng instantly rejected the proposal. Although Stone Forest Town could accommodate many more houses, he had other plans for the town, Stone Forest Town's migration plan in particular. By the time that plan came to fruition, they would attack far more players, and the houses would fetch a much higher price. He had simply offered these 50 units to introduce everyone to the benefits of owning a house in Stone Forest Town. When the auction for the personal houses came to an end, the various superpowers in the second-floor rooms focused on the stage. The next auction item was the reason they had come to the candlelight auction. The slots to enter the holy city of Titan. To ordinary guilds, these slots were not of much use. However, it was a different story for superpowers like themselves. The slots could help some of their famous lifestyle players become true masters. A master lifestyle player had the power to transform their trading firms. Their trading firms would earn ample profits. Naturally, this would increase their guild's development as well. So, this is the holy city of Titan, a white-bearded, old man muttered, his eyes glowing as he read Titan City's introduction. Sirius, you must get me a slot to the holy city as per our agreement. The screen above the stage did not explain the holy city slots. Rather, it displayed information about the holy city itself. One such detail was the Titan Lifestyle Association. The information revealed that the establishment's workshops, which players could rent, had a mana density far greater than the basic meditation rooms. Moreover, the floating island contained research rooms, and players could use these rooms to study various materials. There were also plenty of Master Rank production videos. There were even Grand Master Rank production videos available. However, players were required to enter the advanced research room to gain access. Only, entering these research rooms was very costly. The basic research room alone cost 200 gold per day, the intermediate versions costing 500 gold per day, and the advanced versions costing 1,200 gold per day. The various superpowers gasped when they saw these prices. Moreover, both the intermediate and advanced versions required a certain amount of reputation in Titan City to rent. Master Fire, rest assured, the Battle Wolves always stick to our word. We will definitely obtain a slot for you, Sirius responded respectfully. At the same time, the other powers' fighting spirit roared to life as they swore to obtain slots for themselves. Now that everyone has seen the Holy City slots, the starting price is 500 gold, and each increment must be no lower than 100 gold. If you don't have enough money, you may offer city's lands as collateral. However, we will only evaluate the lands at market price. Begin. After Melancholic Smile announced the next round's rules, the venue's atmosphere reached its boiling point. 500 gold. 600 gold. 800 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price had reached 3,000 gold, shocking every player present. The first-rate guilds soon gave up on the Holy City slots. They could already purchase a relatively good plot of land in an ordinary NPC city with that kind of money. The only players remaining in the competition were the second-floor superpowers. The Holy City slots were similar to the Thunder Passes. To those who needed them, they were worth a ton of money. To those who didn't, however, they were utterly worthless. Every superpower had a batch of lifestyle players who were so close to their master ranks. Unfortunately, these lifestyle players weren't familiar enough with God's domain's materials and production techniques, unable to cross that final hurdle. As long as they obtained the Holy City slots, these superpowers were confident in nurturing a master lifestyle player and improving their respective trading firms. They would easily rake in far more than this investment. 5,000 gold. Sirius instantly increased the price by 2,000 gold. That lunatic. It seems he's hellbent on getting this slot. The other superpowers shook their heads and gave when they heard this price. While they could afford it, it had exceeded their initial expectations. Although they were rich, their money did not grow on trees. Moreover, the various superpowers were preparing for the contest on Thunder Island. They did not have that much money to waste. Hence, they decided to let Sirius have the first slot. In any case, there were 10 slots up for grabs. Even if split equally among their 7 superpowers, they could each obtain at least one slot. They didn't have to rush. They could watch the battle wolves whittle away their funds and wait until they dropped out of the competition. Following which, the bidding for the second slot began. 5,000 gold. Sirius shouted once more. Chapter 1274, Frightening Wealth. Sirius's bid silenced the venue. Is that guy nuts? Wasting 5,000 gold once isn't enough for him. Sirius's generosity stunned the players in the first floor hall. With 5,000 gold, one could purchase considerably high-quality epic equipment. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood above the stage, revealed an excited smile. She had never expected the Holy City slots to sell for such a high price. Although she wouldn't receive a single coin from the sales, Zero Wing could earn so more money. They would have enough for the guild's development, reconstructing Stone Forest Town, and purchasing diamond wood. Like the first round of bidding for the Holy City slots, none of the superpowers contested for the second. Following which, Melancholic Smile started the bidding for the third slot. 5,000 gold. Sirius shouted yet again. Have the battle wolves gone mad? 9 Dragons Emperor frowned. Do they really think we won't challenge them? This time, the superpowers refused to let Sirius have his way. 5,100 gold. 5,300 gold. 5,500 gold. Both 9 Dragons Emperor and Phoenix Rain raised the price again and again. In the end, however, Sirius still won the third Holy City slot for 6,500 gold. As another purchased the first 3 slots, the various superpowers began to grow anxious, bidding even more fervently. In the end, among the 7 remaining slots, the cheapest had sold for 6,100 gold, while the final slot sold for 7,000 gold. The players in the venue were stunned. Meanwhile, the various first-rate guilds turned green with envy. Zero Wing made 62,400 gold by selling 10 slots. If Singular Burial knew about this, he would go mad. Galaxy Past smiled bitterly as he watched the Candlelight Auction's first phase come to an end. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Zero Wing becomes Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. It seems we'll still have to shift the Star Alliance's development to other kingdoms. A guild's strength was reflected not only in its expert and elite players, but also in its financial prowess. Although Zero Wing had been acknowledged the number 1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom, it had far fewer elite players than first-rate guilds. Zero Wing was only superior regarding tools of war and peak experts. In terms of management and deterrence force, wasn't in the same league. The guild's range of influence, in particular, couldn't compare to Blackwater's, for example. After Blackwater's withdrawal from Star Moon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial and the kingdom's second-rate guilds had rushed to take control of the abandoned territory. Even the Star Alliance had gotten in on the action in hopes of replacing Zero Wing as the kingdom's overlord. The dark guilds in Star Moon Kingdom had also harbored such thoughts as they frequently killed Zero Wing's members and the players heading into Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing had always walked the path of the elite and as a result, lacked manpower. However, now that the guild had obtained so much funding during the Candlelight Auction, it wouldn't be long before the guild could recruit a large number of high-quality elite members, compensating for its flaws. If any guild wanted to challenge Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom, they had to think twice. After all, with so much money, Zero Wing would not fear a battle of attrition. Once the auction's first phase ended, the second phase quickly began. Fortunately, no one had anything more to say about Zero Wing's processing fees, obediently retrieving their prepared treasures and putting them up for trade. Due to the 10 magic crystal or 3 gold processing fees, only items worth at least 10 gold were accepted for trade. This guaranteed the item's quality and made it easy for players to find what they wanted. Even the various major powers on the second floor found quite a few items they needed. As the event died down, everyone's final evaluation of the candlelight auction was quite high. The candlelight auction could definitely stand on the same stage as Superpower's auctions. Shifeng similarly browsed the trade list in the hopes of finding the draconic herb. Players from numerous countries had attended the candlelight auction. Among those present, many were either major powers representatives or independent experts. The likelihood of finding the draconic herb here was much higher than searching for the herb elsewhere. After all, to obtain the draconic herb, one needed both sufficient luck and sufficient strength. Players of this caliber weren't necessarily willing to sell the draconic herb they obtained. Instead, they usually traded such super rare herbs for items that could benefit their development. What? Is this for real? Shifeng suddenly discovered a very familiar item as he read through the list. The Heroes Chapter. Although this item was a tattered piece of parchment, not particularly useful to ordinary players, it was a treasure highly sought after by the various large guilds. Moreover, the Heroes Chapter did not consist of a single page. Rumors had it that if one completed the Heroes Chapter, it would be more valuable than a legendary item. In reality, a single page was already worth more than an epic item. In the past, one page easily sold for 15,000 gold. The Heroes Chapter had only one purpose: to summon a hero to defend a town or city. The summoned hero functioned like guardian NPCs in an NPC city. In the past, Shifeng had obtained a page and summoned a hero to defend Shadow's main city. Shifeng had never imagined that the Heroes Chapter would show up in the candlelight auction. The owner sure knows how to drive a hard bargain. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the player's price. The other party requested a top-tier, level 45 dark gold greatsword and top-tier, level 40 dark gold plate gauntlets and boots. Aside from epic and growth-type weapons, level 45 dark gold weapons were the best available. As the various large guilds players had yet to reach level 45, it was very difficult to obtain level 45 weapons, not to mention top-tier, level 45 dark gold weapons. Such a weapon could easily fetch over 1,000 gold on the market. As for the level 40 dark gold equipment, each piece could easily fetch over 400 gold. Shifeng even began to wonder if the seller knew the Heroes Chapter's true value. The Heroes Chapter's introductory text was very simple. It only stated that one could recruit a hero that was tier 3 and 10 levels higher than the summoner to defend a town or city. From the introduction, one could surmise that the Heroes Chapter was on par with a tier 3 summoning scroll. Only, this summoning scroll did not have a duration. However, it could only help protect towns or cities, not help players grind or raid dungeons. Hence, the chapter's value should be limited. At this stage of the game, it'd be surprising if it could sell for 600 gold. If it were an actual tier 3 summoning scroll, though, it could go for a little more as it could help fight powerful bosses. What the introductory text had not mentioned was the fact that the tier 3 hero could grow. The introductory text only revealed the hero's base attributes. Moreover, unlike personal guards, it was much easier to level heroes. Even the weakest among them could grow to level 180, tier 4, while the more powerful heroes could grow to level 200, tier 5. Forget it. I'll just have Melancholic Smile trade for it. Shifeng then contacted Melancholic Smile. Shortly after, Shifeng found the draconic herb. Similarly, the other party had asked for the high price of a piece of level 45 top-tier dark gold equipment. Fortunately, this wasn't an issue for Shifeng. There was plenty of level 45 dark gold equipment in Zero Wings Guild warehouse. Time passed quickly. Soon, the auction's second phase ended as well. Although each player had not put up many items for trade, a lot of players had attended. Shifeng earned over 2,000 gold and 150,000 magic crystals during the second phase. Only, as Phoenix Rain had borrowed quite a bit, he hadn't earned as much as he would have liked. After the auction ended, news of Candlelight Auction's wealth spread to the various major powers. Damn it! How could this have happened? Singular Burial, in the distant Star Moon City, felt himself age by several years when he read the report. He hadn't thought that the candlelight auction would be such a huge success. Star Moon City's auction was a joke in comparison. Moreover, now that Zero Wing had earned a fortune, Heaven's Burial's development was at risk. Following which, Singular Burial contacted Flame Blood and asked, "Blood, how are things going on your side?" Guild leader, I've tried my best to lure the small guilds and adventurer teams over. Although some of them have started to wise up and grow suspicious, things on Abandoned Wave's side are developing smoothly. I don't believe it will be long before Heaven's Burial owns Star Moon Kingdom, Flame Blood said excitedly. Notify Abandoned Wave that Zero Wing has secured a lot of funding. If we don't hurry, the guild will be even more difficult to deal with in the future, Singular Burial commanded sternly. Also, think of a way to help Abandoned Wave hasten his progress. I don't care if you're exposed in the process. Understood. Hearing Singular Burial saying so, Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Just how far has Zero Wing developed to make the guild leader so nervous? Meanwhile, Shifeng had stealthily reached White River City's City Hall. Sir, how may I be of service to you today? The female receptionist asked as she approached Shifeng. I'd like to construct a city, Shifeng responded. Chapter 1275, Building a City in a VIP reception room on the City Hall's second floor. A middle-aged man in exquisite clothing slowly opened the door and entered the room. A high-ranking identification skill would tell someone that this butler-like man was actually a level 180, Tier 3 NPC named Jarvis. Lord Protector, I hear that you'd like to build a city. May I see your city building order? Jarvis asked. Here. Shifeng took out a tattered parchment. This is indeed a city building order that the royal family gave out over a century ago. May I know where you wish to construct your city to give you an accurate estimate, my lord? However, I have to remind you that the high-level locations require higher construction fees, Jarvis explained. He then presented a magic scroll and allowed Shifeng to choose the location for his city. Understood. I wish to construct it in Witch's Hill. Shifeng pointed to Witch's Hill on the scroll. The Witch's Hill could definitely lure plenty of players as a level 50 to 70 large map. It was also close to the Mournful Ruins. The Mournful Ruins was a Hell Mode regional dungeon, and like the Stoneclaw Mountains, it produced an abundance of magic crystals. Witch's Hill itself had the entrance to another world. Witch's Hill had still been popular among players even a decade after the game launched. Alright. May I know exactly where you want to build your city? Jarvis asked. He tapped on the magic scroll, and a miniature 3D model of Witch's Hill appeared before him. The exact location? Shifeng carefully examined the model before him. He had only asked about the cost to construct a city during his last visit. Even if he had decided to construct his city then, his map choices had been limited due to his status. The system would have randomly decided the city's exact location. Now that he had the City Protector title, not only did Jarvis, the third most powerful NPC in the City Hall, serve him, but he could also choose his city's exact location. This privilege also had its own downsides. The construction fees would fluctuate depending on the terrain of the location he chose. If the system decided the location, however, ease of construction was generally prioritized over surrounding scenery. I'll pick this location. Shifeng pointed to the top of a mountain that was near a large waterfall. Sightseeing players would enjoy the wonderful scenery, and the terrain made the city difficult to attack. The only inconvenience one would face was ascending and descending the mountain. Level 50 players and above, however, generally had their own mounts, so traveling the distance would not be a problem. Lord Protector, you've chosen a location with complicated terrain. The manpower and resources required will cost at least 60% more to build here. It will also take longer to construct. Are you sure you wish to build here? Jarvis asked. Build it there. Shifeng nodded. He would save a lot of money by building the city on a flat plain, but it would be a lot harder to defend as enemies could attack from all sides. He couldn't afford to be stingy. All right. I'll calculate the total cost. Please wait a moment. After Jarvis confirmed that there were no issues, he calculated the construction costs. A short moment later, he handed Shifeng a list and said, "Initial estimates put the price at 152,000 gold. We will charge additional fees if the city is attacked. You'll also need to pay an additional 30,000 gold registration fee. As a second-generation city, a monthly 30,000 gold management fee will also be required. Do you wish to dispatch additional guards? You can ensure the city's security after it's constructed. You may hire guards to defend your city for up to 21 days. Every group of 100 Tier 1 guards will cost 100 gold per 3 days, while each group of 10 Tier 2 guards will cost 100 gold per 3 days. Sure enough, building a city is quite expensive." Shifeng was astonished as he read the quote. He had only received a general price during his previous visit. Now that he was constructing his city, including the guards, the final price was over 190,000 gold. This excluded the fees that he would incur when monsters attacked the city. Originally, he had planned to build the city after he finished collecting the required 7 luminaries crystals to construct the 4 towers of elements. Now that he had the hero's chapter, he could repel possible invaders even without the 4 towers of elements. Naturally, he had to construct the city as soon as possible. "I wish to hire 1,000 Tier 1 guards, and 100 Tier 2 guards for 21 days, Shifeng said. "All right. Your total bill comes to 192,000 gold. Jarvis excitedly announced. This was his first large transaction. It will take roughly 6 to 10 days to construct the city depending on the local situation. Shifeng handed over 196,000 gold. He had earned quite a bit with the sea god's blessings, but he had only decided to take 30,000 gold with him. He had left the remaining funds with Fire Dance for purchasing runic fragments and teleportation fees. Meanwhile, Shifeng made a fortune during the candlelight auction. After deducting the various costs, he had earned over 210,000 gold. The major powers in Star Moon Kingdom felt as if a noose had been placed around their necks. Even a first-rate guild couldn't compete with Zero Wing with such abundant funds. Trying to fight Zero Wing would be a death wish. "Lord Protector, here is the deed to your land. From now on, you are one of Star Moon Kingdom's lords and will enjoy the status of Count," Jarvis said respectfully. "System, congratulations. You are the first player to become a lord in Star Moon Kingdom. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 1 city teleportation magic array design, and Star Moon Kingdom's Count title." The position of Star Moon Kingdom's Count was completely different from a city's count. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, as one could possess land of their own, while the other could not. "With this, I'm broke again." Shifeng sighed as he looked at the deed in his hands. He only had a little over 40,000 gold on hand now. He would barely have enough to purchase diamond wood and reconstruct Stone Forest Town after deducting the funds for his promotion quest. He had nothing left for the guild's development right now. However, Shifeng didn't mind. At the moment, it was far more important to obtain a city than to focus on Zero Wing's development. Earning enough money wouldn't be a concern if Zero Wing had a city. The city could provide far more profits than Stone Forest Town. The rewards are astounding. There's actually a city teleportation magic array design. Shifeng was shocked as he looked at the design in his bag. The city teleportation magic array was far more advanced than the teleportation magic array he possessed. It could accommodate more people at a time with a significantly lower operating cost. Its only flaw was that it only allowed one to teleport between guild towns and cities. It wasn't possible to teleport to NPC cities. Even so, the city teleportation magic array design was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Normally, one could only obtain the design from super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. However, the drop rate was only 2%. Moreover, the design only dropped from the dungeon's final boss. Getting the design now saved him a lot of trouble. He could link the city directly to Stone Forest Town once it was constructed. This would drastically increase the value of both the town and city. Now that I've dealt with everything, it's about time to challenge my promotion quest, Shi Feng thought as he gazed at the soul orb in his bag. It was practically a ticking time bomb. He needed to deal with it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276, Upgrading the Magic Sword. Chapter 1276, Upgrading the Magic Sword. Starmoon City, Shadowblade Ruins. The Shadowblade Ruins was the nearest level 40 to level 50 high-resource map to Starmoon City. Every day, tons of players would travel to this map. However, the players currently there were in a panic. The reason for this was the sudden assaults of powerful monsters all over the map. Moreover, among these monsters' numbers were the highly intelligent one-horned humanoid monsters, whose combat standards were significantly higher than elite players and whose attributes were likewise high. These humanoid monsters were like wolves ravaging a flock of sheep as they charged into the various elite teams in the map. Every one of their attacks easily bypassed the defenses of players, directly landing on vital points on the latter's bodies. Even healers could not keep up with the damage. Only the experts leading these elite teams could keep up against these humanoid monsters, and just barely at that. Leader, our instantaneous movement magic scrolls aren't working, a level 40 swordsman wearing light blue armor reported anxiously. How can this be? Weren't there a few guys that used the scroll to escape from danger an hour ago? The robust level 41 shield warrior holding back a humanoid monster frowned when he saw the number of monsters attacking his team increasing. Currently, the Shadowblade Ruins was still a very dangerous map for players. Hence, when exploring it, every team would prepare some Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scrolls in order to escape any traps or monster encirclements they encountered. Meanwhile, hundreds of monsters had already surrounded their 100-man team right now. If the team were up against only several hundred elite monsters led by chieftains, they could still manage somehow. Now, however, the monster army they faced had 3 level 50+ lords and over a dozen level 50+ chieftains. In addition, there was a level 51 one-horned humanoid monster, a greater threat than even the lord-ranked monsters. Meanwhile, standing on high ground a short distance away from this elite team, 2 players were observing the entire battle. One of these players was an assassin wielding a pitch-black crystal. This assassin's skin was entirely gray, save for a blood-red mark imprinted between his eyebrows, his body giving off a dark aura. If Shi Feng were present, he would definitely recognize this assassin to be Abandoned Wave, Blackwater Guild's ex-guild leader. Meanwhile, the cloaked cleric with a white jade staff, who was standing beside Abandoned Wave, was Flame Blood. These evil beasts sure are terrifying. Just one of them is already enough to force an expert level 41 shield warrior to activate both his life-saving skill and berserk skill just to cope with it, Flame Blood exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the distant shield warrior being pushed back by the one-horned humanoid monster. This is nothing, Abandoned Wave said, smirking. That's just a recently created evil beast. Since we now have the entire Shadowblade Ruins locked down, let's stop toying around with these people. Saying so, Abandoned Wave tapped on the pitch-black crystal he wielded. Immediately, 5 level 55, Lord-ranked evil beasts appeared before him. Compared to the level 51, Chieftain-ranked evil beast, these 5 evil beasts were not only larger in size but also had a trace of cunning in their eyes. It was clear that these Lord-ranked evil beasts were much more intelligent. So strong. Flame Blood shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the 5 Lord-ranked evil beasts. He was one of the peak experts of Heaven's Burial, and his senses were telling him very clearly that just one of these evil beasts could kill him in 2 or 3 moves. Meanwhile, 5 such monsters in total were present. If such a force charged into a group of elite players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Get rid of them all. Abandoned Wave commanded as he pointed towards the 100-man elite team ahead. In the blink of an eye, all 5 evil beasts disappeared before Abandoned Wave as they charged at the elite team currently locked in bitter combat. When the 5 evil beasts entered the battlefield, the leading level 41 shield warrior gasped. "We're doomed," the shield warrior despaired when he saw one of the Lord-ranked evil beasts killing a teammate with one blow. After just a short moment, the 100-man elite team led by an expert was annihilated. Not a single player managed to escape alive. Abandoned Wave walked over to the battlefield and began a ritual. Suddenly, the corpses of these elite players started transforming into monsters one after another. The expert shield warrior's corpse became a thinly built special elite-ranked evil beast. Aside from this expert shield warrior, 2 other players' corpses turned into one-horned evil beasts. Only, they were elite-ranked evil beasts. Ha ha ha. Guild elite teams really are great. I managed to obtain 3 evil beasts from annihilating a team. Zero Wing, just you wait. It won't be long before I make you all taste despair. Abandoned Wave laughed in satisfaction as he looked at the 3 newly created evil beasts. Alright, let's head to the next location. The battle there should be ending soon as well. The difference between killing an adventurer team and a guild elite team was simply massive. Previously, he had managed to create only 1 evil beast, despite killing 3 adventurer teams. Now, however, 1 guild elite team had given him 3 new evil beasts. Among them, one was even an evil beast with high potential. After a few more days at this rate, not to mention flattening Stone Forest Town, even raiding an NPC town would be a piece of cake for him. Elsewhere, after Shifeng finished dealing with the construction of his city, he contacted Melancholic Smile and had her find 5 trustworthy advanced enchanters to become the Candlelight Trading Firm's core enchanters as well as have them sign a strict contract. His Tier 2 promotion quest was extraordinary and would definitely take a long time to complete. Hence, Shifeng wanted to deal with all guild and trading firm-related matters first. Only then would he be able to focus on his quest. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was already the publicly acknowledged #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. It also possessed a 3-star shop. As a result, plenty of lifestyle players were applying to join the trading firm every day. Even basic and intermediate lifestyle players did not have much of an advantage when they sought to join the trading firm. They could only become reserve members after passing the trading firm's test. Only advanced lifestyle players got to become official members immediately upon passing the test. Despite such strict requirements, a flood of applicants would still come to the trading firm. Hence, while it might be difficult to find advanced enchanters in other trading firms, the Candlelight Trading Firm boasted quite a few. Whichever one of you is willing to become a core enchanter of the Candlelight Trading Firm, come register with me. Melancholic Smile shouted in the lounge for advanced lifestyle players. Immediately, the various advanced lifestyle players inside the lounge perked up their ears in interest. However, when they heard that the offer was only for enchanters, many of the lifestyle players present turned to look at the enchanters among them with envy. Ha! It's actually enchanters this time. I wonder when it will be us forgers' turn, an advanced forger said, sighing dejectedly. Silent Wonder, who was also resting in the lounge, grew confused when she saw the downcast expressions the crowd in the room was wearing. What was there to feel envious about? Becoming a core member of the trading firm meant signing a strict contract and losing much of their freedom. On the other hand, non-core members only needed to make a certain amount of items each day. Once they hit their daily quotas, they could do whatever they wanted. If they decided to quit the Candlelight Trading Firm, they only needed to pay a small severance fee as well as forget all the recipes and designs they learned from Candlelight. As for core members, if they wished to leave the trading firm, they had to not only pay a massive severance fee but also clear their masteries to 0 and forget all the recipes they had learned before. They would have to start all over again from scratch. Silent, you might not know this since you're new, but the Candlelight Trading Firm has the precious slots to enter the holy city of Titan. That is a great opportunity for us to become masters. However, only core members and advanced members may contest for those slots, with the majority of the slots allocated to core members. Hence, everyone here hopes to become a core member of Candlelight. Unfortunately, that depends heavily on luck, the female alchemist seated beside Silent Wonder explained patiently when she saw the dazed look on Silent Wonder's face. Candlelight still has more Holy City slots. Silent Wonder could not help but be surprised by this revelation. She had already gained an understanding regarding the Holy City slots through the recent auction. She knew that the Holy City could greatly help lifestyle players in reaching the master rank. However, she had thought that Candlelight had already sold all of the Holy City slots it had during the previous auction. This revelation tempted Silent Wonder. However, when she remembered the words Shifeng had said to her before, she quickly dismissed the notion from her mind. She had very nearly reacted the way Shifeng had said she would. Inwardly, she thought to herself, with my abilities, I refuse to believe that I won't be able to earn a Holy City slot myself. Just you wait. You will definitely be the one begging me to stay in Candlelight later on. Inside a special forging room on the Candlelight trading firm's 6th floor. 5 advanced alchemists followed Melancholic Smile into the room and immediately grew nervous. Seated before them was a legendary existence who was both the guild leader of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild as well as the kingdom's #1 expert. I've asked you to come here for a very simple reason. Learn this basic enchantment design. Afterwards, focus on making basic runestones. Don't worry about the materials. In addition, the one who manages to make the most runestones within a certain period will have a Holy City slot with their name on it. Shifeng then placed the basic enchantment design he obtained from the Sea God's Temple on the table. The basic runestone was something none of the current major powers possessed. However, it was a common consumable in God's domain. Not only was it cheap, but its effects were prominent as well. As long as the Candlelight trading firm could produce it, there would be no need to fear a lack of demand for it. Currently, he had already spent most of the income from the Candlelight auction. Meanwhile, he needed a lot more money to develop his future city. Hence, he needed to plan for the future right away. Now that the Candlelight trading firm had obtained the 20 shops from the secret pavilion as well as the 2 golden shops mortgaged by Phoenix Rain, he definitely had a good opportunity to sell the basic runestones and increase Candlelight's fame in God's domain. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the 5 advanced enchanters immediately grew excited at the opportunity to learn the design for such a precious item as well as the chance to visit Titan City. Without hesitation, the 5 players clicked to learn the design and promptly left the special forging room to research the production method of the basic runestone in the hopes of increasing their success rate. Meanwhile, after Melancholic Smile and the others left the room, Shifeng took out 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons. The Tier 2 promotion quest was already a tough challenge in the first place, all the more the promotion quest for one of the 10 great saint legacies. Even if he possessed frightening combat power, he still needed to further improve himself in order to be certain of completing his promotion. Hence, he naturally could not leave the Abyssal Blade sitting at level 40. After all, he had already reached level 50. A level 40 weapon was no longer suitable for him. Start devouring. Chapter 1277, Swords to Dust. Chapter 1277, Swords to Dust. Inside the quiet forging room, the entire space started trembling as soon as Shifeng had the Abyssal Blade devour the weapons on the table. His heart ached as he watched the top-tier weapons turn into dust one after another. Currently, level 45 weapons were extremely rare in God's domain. With many expert players only at level 41 or level 42, level 45 weapons were worth a lot of money. A level 45 fine gold weapon could easily sell for over 400 gold at the moment, just slightly cheaper than a level 40 dark gold weapon. As for level 45 dark gold weapons, even one with average attributes could sell for more than 1,000 gold. However, even at such a price, nobody was willing to sell these weapons. Yet, Now, Shi Feng had sacrificed 30 fine gold weapons and 10 dark gold weapons. Their total value easily exceeded 20,000 gold. Even the upper echelons of super guilds would not dare to carry out such an extravagant upgrade. They would definitely choose to do so only after mainstream players had passed level 45. However, Shi Feng could not care less right now. His Tier 2 promotion was of utmost importance. Just challenging the promotion quest once would already cost him 188 mana stones and 10,000 gold. With the funds Zero Wing currently had, he could not afford to fail. When the Abyssal Blade was done devouring the essence of the weapons, Shi Feng felt an unprecedented pressure descend on him, preventing him from moving at all. Meanwhile, the space around the newly transformed Abyssal Blade also began to crack as if the surrounding space couldn't support the Abyssal Blade's existence. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded throughout the room. Immediately, the space inside the room disappeared into the void as darkness enveloped Shi Feng's surroundings. Shortly after, streams of pitch-black smoke started flowing out from the dark void and into the Abyssal Blade. Then, as if the black dragon carved onto the hilt of the sword had gained life, the carving actually climbed up the blade, leaving blood-red runes in its wake. Once the entire blade of the sword was covered in runes, the miniature black dragon returned to its original position at the hilt and stopped moving. Although the surrounding space had also calmed down, the Abyssal Blade, which was hovering before Shi Feng, had an extraordinarily evil presence. The entire sword emitted a faint, black fog. The runes shone with a bloody radiance as well, lending the weapon an extra hint of eeriness. The Abyssal Blade really is getting increasingly dangerous. If I'm not absolutely confident, I definitely must not upgrade it to level 50. When Shi Feng held the hovering Abyssal Blade, he could distinctly feel it pulsating as if he gripped a living creature. He could not help but shudder at this sensation. Level 50 was a major turning point. Although he was unsure if a backlash would occur if he upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 50, he still needed to be extra careful about it. Otherwise, he might lose his life without even knowing how he died at that time. Meanwhile, after being upgraded to level 45, the Abyssal Blade received a significant improvement to its various basic attributes. Upon seeing the magic weapon's attributes, Shi Feng felt even more confident in tackling his promotion quest. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1510. All attributes plus 105. Attack speed plus 22. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 65% chance to cause 200% damage. 35% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 4. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded, devour 50 level 50 fine gold weapons and 20 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved, devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2, additional active skill 1, Phantom Kill, Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Additional active skill 3, 9 Dragon's Slash, Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use, each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique, depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the surrounding mana density, the greater the improvement provided. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. The famed Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. Its basic attributes sure have increased significantly. Just its attack power can already rival that of an epic two-handed weapon. Its heavy weight is also amazing. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished as he casually swung the Abyssal Blade a few times. Compared to a lightweight one-handed sword like Killing Ray, Shi Feng personally preferred one-handed swords that were heavy. In his previous battles, due to his constantly rising level, he had gradually relied more on Killing Ray, which dealt more damage. As a result, he had mostly kept the Abyssal Blade, which had a higher compatibility with him, on reserve. Now that the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 45, he could now use it as his main weapon again. Following which, Shi Feng went to his warehouse and stored some items that he would not need for the promotion quest, clearing out the clutter in his bag. At the same time, he also retrieved some magic scrolls and necessary potions from the guild warehouse. After that, he hurried to the library. On his way to the library, Shi Feng suddenly received a call from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, quickly take a look at the official forums. Something big has happened over at Star Moon City. Aqua Rose said urgently. Just a while ago, the Shadowblade ruins got sealed, and none of the players that entered the map managed to escape. They can't even be contacted. Many guilds have already sent out their own teams to investigate this incident. Moreover, aside from the Shadowblade ruins, a few level 30+ high-resource maps were also sealed. A field map was sealed. And even communications have been blocked. Shi Feng grew a little confused. He then opened Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Normally, sealing a map only prevented players from using teleportation-type scrolls. Meanwhile, such large-scale sealings were only possible with a guild war order. However, if the seal was capable of blocking even communication methods, it was definitely something extraordinary based on Shi Feng's knowledge. There were only 3 ways to carry out this kind of seal. After opening the official forums, he found that discussions regarding the sealed field maps dominated the entire forum. Shadowblade ruins sealed. Over 100,000 players cannot be contacted. Large groups of chieftains and lords suddenly appearing in Bloodmaw camp. Unable to teleport to Red Ridge Town. Every post was about the sealed field maps or missing players. Chapter 1278, Tier 2 Promotion Quest. Chapter 1278, Tier 2 Promotion Quest. This seems like a good opportunity. Shi Feng's lips hooked up after he finished reading through the related posts on the forum. An opportunity? Aqua Rose looked at Shi Feng in the screen in confusion. Currently, the entire Star Moon City had already fallen into turmoil with many large guilds wrestling with this matter. After all, nobody was sure whether this weird phenomenon would spread to the surrounding areas. If it did, Stone Forest Town might even get dragged into the mess. That's right. This is a good opportunity, an opportunity to upgrade White River City, Shifeng said, smiling. NPC cities did not remain static. They could similarly be upgraded. However, this depended on the population and standard of the players residing in the city. Star Moon Kingdom had only so many players. Meanwhile, Star Moon City was generally a player's first choice when choosing a city to develop themselves in. Hence, despite White River City's various advantages, it just barely surpassed Star Moon City to become the most populous NPC city in the kingdom. As for the other NPC cities within the kingdom, the player population there would mostly remain constant for the foreseeable future. It would be very difficult to attract players from other cities and countries to migrate to White River City. After all, everyone had long since familiarized themselves with the towns and cities they started in. Now that a problem had occurred at Star Moon City, if this problem continued festering, many players would no doubt consider developing elsewhere. If they could lure these players to White River City, they might be able to upgrade White River City. Upgrading an NPC city brought with it many benefits. One such example was the flying transportation feature, which enabled players to gain additional leveling spots. In White River City's case, the additional leveling spot was the Eclipse Gate. Not only did the Eclipse Gate have plenty of advanced and military quests, but the leveling speed and resources available there were also extraordinary. Moreover, the Eclipse Gate was a level 40 to level 70 leveling spot. If White River City could activate the flying transportation feature, the leveling speed of Zero Wings members would undoubtedly increase. They could also start collecting the energy essence required to nurture their guild mounts. Upgrade the city. Aqua Rose could not help but grow excited. She understood, more or less, the ramifications of upgrading NPC cities. If they could upgrade White River City, not only would it allow Zero Wings members to accelerate their leveling speed, but it would also lure more players from other cities to develop in White River City. This situation would greatly benefit both the guilds and trading firms' development. Immediately announce to the public that we are recruiting members. Also, during this time, discount all daily consumable items sold at White River City's Candlelight trading firm by 20%, Shifeng instructed. Regeneration and mana recovery potions were a must for all players that wanted to level up in the fields. Certain magic scrolls were also necessary as these items could save one's life during a crucial moment. However, purchasing these consumable items was a large expenditure. Normally, offering discounts on such items would have minimal effect in luring players to White River City. Now, however, it would definitely yield excellent results. After all, it was now extremely dangerous to go out and level up at Star Moon City. After considering safety, as well as the reduced cost of consumables, players of Star Moon City would naturally choose to develop in White River City. A 20% discount. Guild leader, isn't this a little too much? Aqua Rose frowned. Basic consumable items were originally fiercely competitive and had a small profit margin. If they sold them at a discounted price now, they would only break even and relax. We'll earn it back sooner or later, Shifeng laughed. He understood Aqua Rose's worries. However, she did not know what kind of effects would accrue with White River City's upgrade. Compared to the benefits they could gain when White River City was upgraded, a small loss like this was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Understood. I'll get it done right away. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh. Most likely, only Shifeng would be crazy enough to use his own guild's money to spur the upgrade of a city. Following which, many posts relating to Zero Wings recruitment appeared on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. At the same time, everyone also discovered a shocking matter: White River City's Candlelight trading firm was actually selling daily consumables at a 20% discount. Crap! This is insane. With this 20% discount, I'll be able to save up enough money to get a mount much more quickly. A 20% discount. If this is true, developing at White River City might not be a bad idea. Previously, the players of Star Moon Kingdom kept discussing the sealed maps. Now, however, these players all talked about Zero Wing, instead. Many independent players also showed great interest in the 20% discount on daily consumables. Damn this Zero Wing. They're actually using this opportunity to poach our population. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth in anger when he browsed the various discussion threads on the official forums. However, he very quickly calmed down. Sneering, he said, "I'll let you all feel joyful for now. When the time comes, both Stone Forest Town and White River City will become mine." Currently, the various large guilds still did not know that Abandoned Wave was slaughtering the players inside the sealed maps. Meanwhile, the evil beasts and monsters under Abandoned Wave's command were also growing at a rapid pace. As long as they managed to wipe out the players inside these maps and were further trained for a certain period, Stone Forest Town would eventually change ownership. Guild leader, are we just going to let them continue poaching the players here? Daybreak Fog asked. Of course not. Chuckling, Singular Burial said, since everyone feels that Star Moon City is in chaos, we can't let White River City remain peaceful either. Immediately notify all the dark guilds. Tell them to stop killing players around Stone Forest Town and shift to White River City, instead. They can kill however many players they want. Just make sure to make a mess over at White River City. I want to see just how long Zero Wing can continue poaching players. Understood. Daybreak Fog then bowed and left the room. White River City's library. As soon as Shifeng stepped into the Star Moon Hall, he immediately felt as if he had stepped into a muddy swamp, his movements becoming extremely sluggish. You've come. Charlone's gaze shifted from her book to Shifeng. Smiling, she said, it seems you've made quite a lot of preparations. Have you decided to challenge your promotion? Hmichum. Shifeng then took out 188 mana stones and 10,000 gold from his bag. Seeing this, Charlene waved her hand. By the time Shifeng reacted, the mana stones and the bag of 10,000 gold in his hands had already disappeared, reappearing in Charlene's hands, instead. Meanwhile, the sound of a system notification also entered Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations, you have accepted the Blade Saint class's Tier 2 promotion quest. Alright, since you've already decided to take the challenge, I'll tell you some of the risks, Charlene said as she jiggled the bag of money in her hand a few times. Smiling, she continued, your promotion is somewhat special. If you fail, it won't be as simple as dying once. You also won't be able to challenge it again for another 20 days. Most importantly, I can only send you there. I cannot guarantee whether you can return or not. Charlene's words rendered Shifeng speechless. Something like this should have been explained before he accepted the quest, yet Charlene actually did so only now, after he had accepted. I'm helpless about this as well. After all, the location you are heading to is the former residence of a god. Due to the disturbance caused by the magic arrays there, return scrolls also cannot be used. This could also be considered a very normal situation. Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng when she noticed the ugly look on his face. She then smiled and continued, right, I forgot to ask which place you wish to go. You have 3 options, each of which has its own difficulties, Hell, Azura, and God. Which one do you plan on choosing? Upon hearing Charlene's words, Shifeng was momentarily stunned. From what he remembered of the past, the difficulty options for promotion quests for Tier 2 and above were only normal, hard, and Hell modes. There were no Azura and God modes. This was the same even for peak classes. As long as one was an expert player, they had a high chance of clearing a normal mode Tier 2 promotion quest as long as they had made sufficient preparations. However, even expert players would have trouble clearing hard mode. Needless to say, Hell mode was even more difficult. Shifeng had never heard of anyone in Star Moon Kingdom successfully conquering a Hell mode Tier 2 promotion. Moreover, this was only in the case of ordinary classes. The promotion quests for hidden classes were far more challenging. Yet, now, even the lowest grade was hell mode. Chapter 1279, Selecting Difficulty. Chapter 1279, Selecting Difficulty. Sure enough, the Blade Saint class's promotion quest is quite extraordinary. Shi Feng pondered his options. He had attempted his Hell Mode Tier 2 promotion in the past. After all, he had been one of Shadow's top-class experts. He had been very confident in his abilities back then. Moreover, to increase his chances of success, he had spent a lot of time collecting top-tier equipment. By the time he had challenged his Tier 2 promotion, even his most inferior piece of equipment had been level 50 fine gold rank. He had even worn 2 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment. That wasn't an easy feat after all. After reaching level 50, players were lucky to get their hands on level 50 secret silver equipment, much less level 50 fine gold and dark gold equipment. However, he hadn't expected his challenge's outcome. He hadn't even passed the starting area before failing, much less completing his promotion. The Hell Mode promotion quest's difficulty was simply inhuman. In this life, though, both his combat standards and his items were more powerful than they had been in the past. Hence, Shi Feng was confident in conquering Hell Mode. However, the same could not be said for Azura and God Mode. After all, he had only attempted Hell Mode before. He did not know how difficult these 2 modes were. Should I challenge God Mode? Shi Feng wondered. After all, he was already a Void Realm expert. He also possessed 2 fragmented legendary items and numerous epic items. He even dared to challenge legendary quests. A God Mode promotion quest should not be a problem. Charlene smiled as she watched Shi Feng and said, "You're considering challenging God Mode, right?" Shi Feng nodded. "Lady Charlene, may I know what my chances are of clearing God Mode?" Shi Feng tried asking. He was utterly unfamiliar with the God Mode difficulty, but that wasn't the case for an NPC like Charlene. She might be able to offer clues that would help him prepare for what was to come. "You really are brave. You dare ask if you have a chance of passing it." Charlene cast him an admiring look. Slowly, she said, "If you ask me, with your current power, you will die. It won't matter how many times you try. Just like its name suggests, God Mode is not a realm for mortals. This trial catered to the ancient gods. If you think that you can defeat a new god, you might have a chance of clearing God Mode." Defeat a new god? Shi Feng gasped. There were 2 types of gods in God's domain. The first was born naturally, while the second ascended to godhood of its own power. The majority of the gods in God's domain consisted of the latter. As for natural-born gods, they did not start out at Tier 6, they had to ascend from Tier 0. Only, they would not encounter a bottleneck in their growth. Even if they did nothing but breathe, they would reach Tier 6 eventually. Moreover, even at Tier 0, natural-born gods had extraordinary combat power. In terms of life rating, natural-born gods were even superior to dragons. Not even a domain realm expert could stand against such an immensely powerful being, even if both had the same level, tier, and attributes. Fighting any Tier 6 god required at least a full party of Tier 6 players. Then, what about Azura Mode? Shi Feng asked. Azura Mode? Charlene carefully evaluated Shi Feng. After pondering for some time, she said, "Azura Mode represents mortals' limits. Unfortunately, you still have some time before you reach that standard. However, you might have a fighting chance with such high-quality weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, that chance isn't very high. I'd say that you die 9 out of 10 attempts. In my opinion, you're better off challenging Hell Mode. The trials the ancient gods left behind are outstanding. Passing even the easiest trial is already an impressive feat, so 10%? Shi Feng smiled bitterly. He was 100% confident in clearing the Hell Mode promotional quest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have challenged his promotion quest so soon. However, he never imagined that there would be such a massive gap between Hell Mode and the other two. Consider this carefully. You know that the more difficult your quest is, the more severe the punishments for failure will be, Charlene somberly reminded Shifeng. I've decided. I want to challenge Azura Mode. After weighing his options for some time, Shifeng gave his answer. Developing in God's domain was akin to sailing against the current. If one were not moving forward, they would drift backward. He had already reached his limit. If he wished to improve, he needed to take risks. Challenging Hell Mode wasn't a risk, it wouldn't help him. But he couldn't choose God Mode either, as that was beyond a challenge. By choosing God Mode, he'd just be asking for a beating. If he cleared Azura Mode, he would be handsomely rewarded. The rewards would certainly boost his development. This was why so many expert players were adamant about challenging hard mode and risking failure. Some experts had even gone as far as to delay their progress, challenging Hell Mode until they passed it. Otherwise, they would have a more difficult path after their promotion. Fine. Don't regret your decision. Charlene sighed. She then used the mana stones to form a magic array. All 188 mana stones hovered in the air, creating an artificial starscape. However, while the scene was beautiful, the pressure the seven-colored magic array radiated was terrifying. Moreover, this pressure grew as time passed. As Charlene chanted her incantation's final verse, a black hole manifested in the middle of the hall. Arcs of silver lightning circled the black hole's edges, crackling. Suddenly, a pair of golden doors descended from the black hole. Although the doors were not particularly large, roughly 6 meters tall, they radiated powerful divine might, instantly rendering Shifeng immobile. The floor started to crack beneath the doors as if it couldn't withstand the weight. The doors began to sink. Impossible. This is the library. Shifeng was stunned. Powerful magic arrays strengthened the library. Even Tier 4 NPCs couldn't damage the building, yet a pair of doors crushed the floor. It was clear that the floor wouldn't last long as it began to give out and crumble. Divine strengthening. Seeing this, Charlene quickly started to write divine runes in the air. The divine runes merged with the ground, creating a magic array. Only after the magic array appeared did the doors stop sinking. The divine might filling the hall also weakened, allowing Shifeng some freedom of movement. However, after summoning the golden doors, Charlene had significantly paled. Sweat beaded on her forehead. As Charlene had said, it was not easy to summon these doors. This task normally required 3 Tier 5 magical classes to accomplish. Once the doors stabilized, Charlene started chanting another incantation while she drew more divine runes. After writing over 100 lines, she opened her eyes. 2 golden magic arrays then surfaced from her eyes. Space-time connection. Charlene sent one line of golden runes into the doors after another. After a minute, the doors finally started to open. Through the gap between them, Shifeng could see a path through a silver vortex. The path itself radiated divine might, while the rest of the space was pitch black. He could not see the path's end. Shifeng finally understood why Charlene had said that she could not guarantee his return once he entered the trial. Go, quickly. I can't maintain it for long, Charlene hurriedly commanded. Her complexion was deathly pale, and sweat covered her face. Not daring to delay a moment longer, Shifeng dashed into the silver vortex, vanishing. Charlene slowly closed off the path. As she watched the golden doors fade, she whispered tiredly, I pray for your success. Chapter 1280, Super Treasury. Chapter 1280, Super Treasury. What's going on? Am I trapped inside this spatial tear? As Shifeng entered the silver vortex, his surroundings remained dark. However, due to the divine might radiating from the path, he couldn't move. Normally, when he teleported to another location, even with the 7 luminaries ring space movement, he would reach his target 2 or 3 seconds after entering the spatial pathway. However, looking at the system clock, Shi Feng noticed that 3 minutes had already passed since he stepped through the doors. He could have traveled across God's domain a dozen times with a spatial path by now. After another 5 minutes, Shi Feng noticed a light at the end of the path. Soon, he could faintly see mountains and rivers. He could also see beasts wandering on the ground and flying through the blue sky. A short moment later, Shi Feng found himself on the top of a mountain. System, you have discovered the Dark Canyon. While you are here, you cannot use the system communication function or return scrolls. System, Azura Mode Promotion Quest activated. Quest content, collect 7 luminary source stones and seal Demon King Storas. Rewards unknown. Sealing a Demon King. Shi Feng's face twitched when he heard the system's expressionless explanation. Although he had known that this quest would be difficult, he hadn't expected it to be quite this hard. A Demon King was the equivalent of a Tier 5 legendary monster. It could wipe out entire cities. Current players were no match for such power. If Azura mode was this difficult, it was no wonder Charlene had said that he would die if he challenged the God mode promotion quest. If he had chosen God mode, he would have likely died the instant he entered the quest area. However, after seeing Azura mode with his own eyes, he knew he had no chance of completing the quest. He was only a Tier 1 swordsman. Even if he had 1,000 copies of himself, he would be no match against a Tier 5 Demon King. This was how God's domain worked. The higher the tier, the greater the gap. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had come up with all sorts of method to nurture powerful experts. During the game's later stages, quality was far more important than quantity. A Tier 5 player was more useful to a guild than 100,000 Tier 2 players. Not only could the Tier 5 player defend a city without help, but they could also lead teams to raid Tier 5 legendary monsters. Normally, one needed at least a 100-man team of Tier 3 players to raid Tier 5 monsters. Moreover, the players needed to know the monsters' weak points and target them appropriately with various tools and items. Otherwise, such monsters were impossible to raid. Asking him to deal with a Tier 5 Demon King alone was asking for the impossible. Fortunately, the quest content mentions something about gathering 7 luminary source stones. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief after he read the quest content again carefully. Shi Feng knew a little about the 7 luminary source stone. It was even more precious than the 7 luminaries crystal. The stored mana was much more refined. However, unlike the 7 luminaries crystal, which contained every type of elemental mana, the 7 luminaries source stone was limited to one type. As a result, its usage was limited. It could only be used for special situations such as powering up certain sealing magic arrays. Since I've confirmed the quest contents, next up will be the search for the 7 luminary source stones. Shi Feng gazed down at the massive canyon below him. The canyon was poorly illuminated. However, he could hear faint roaring and sounds of battle. A tall tower had been erected in the canyon's center. This tower reached into the clouds, and it was several times taller than the mountain he currently stood on. A large number of flying monsters circled the tower. 9-headed vulture, demonic beast, High Lord. Level 60. HP 30,000,000/30,000,000. With so many 9-headed vultures circling the tower, it was impossible to approach the building from above. Since flying isn't possible, I'll have to head down the mountain and investigate the canyon. Shi Feng then activated Wind Rider and rapidly descended the mountain. The mountain path leading to the peak was very narrow. There were also plenty of powerful demonic beasts lying in wait, hoping to ambush unsuspecting prey. Seeing this, Shi Feng sighed in relief. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to walk down the mountain path. Otherwise, he would have fallen into these demonic beasts' trap and died. After Shifeng dove into the canyon's depths, silence and darkness wrapped around him. Although he hadn't seen it from the mountaintop, the darkness hid a large courtyard, in the heart of which stood the tower. From above, Shifeng spotted all kinds of high-tiered demonic beasts roaming the courtyard. Some of these demonic beasts even fought each other for territory. As soon as Shifeng entered the massive courtyard shrouded in darkness, he felt his body grow heavy. At the same time, Wind Rider's effect was forcefully removed, and he plummeted. The gravity acting on his body grew stronger as he neared the ground. Fortunately, Shifeng had the ring of gravity. Activating gravity liberation, he freed himself from the pull. The speed of his fall also decreased. In the end, he landed on the courtyard's stone tiles safely without attracting the surrounding monster's attention. System, you have discovered the Moonlight Courtyard. The Moonlight Courtyard? Shifeng was stunned when he heard the system notification. So, this is where the rumored Moonlight Courtyard is located. The Moon God had built this courtyard. The Moon God loved gardening, as well as alchemical and magic array research. For example, the Moon Drip magic array was one of the Moon God's creations. It could break any curse in the world. Meanwhile, the Moon God had frequently used the Moonlight Courtyard to conduct research. Sure enough, Charlene did not trick me. I should be able to find a few God crystals. A hint of excitement flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he read the system notification. As the Moon God's favored research location, there were bound to be many items the Moon God had left behind. Regardless of how powerful these items were, they would contain divine power if the Moon God had used them frequently, and could be used in place of God crystals. In any case, he needed the God crystals to feed to the soul orb. If he came across a powerful treasure, he would reluctantly absorb it with the soul orb. Following which, Shifeng stealthily moved through the courtyard. There were plenty of powerful monsters in the courtyard, and even the weakest among them was a level 60 chieftain. To avoid trouble, Shifeng activated omniscient eyes to deal with his visibility problem and an invisibility potion to remain undetected. With his current strength, Shifeng had no problems against a level 60+ chieftain in a one-on-one fight. However, as soon as the battle began, the commotion would attract the attention of nearby monsters. If that happened, only death would await him. As for using instantaneous movement magic scrolls and skills like space movement, Shifeng had already tested them and found that he had access to none of them. In addition, this area barred flight. If he were surrounded, he would die. He needed to be very careful. After wandering around the courtyard for over 2 hours, Shifeng finally got through the courtyard's outer area and entered the middle ground between the outer and inner areas. The inner area is so luxurious. Shifeng wore a wistful expression as he gazed at the distant inner area. He could spot a herb garden in the inner area. Although the herb garden had existed since ancient times, due to magic arrays and divine ruins bolstering the garden, all of the herbs were healthy. Unfortunately, the demonic beasts were eating these herbs. Shifeng noticed that many of the plants had already been devoured. Furious, Shifeng even considered cooking these demonic beasts for his own meal. It would have been fine if the beasts had only devoured the ordinary herbs, but the garden also contains super rare herbs such as the Flower of Life. The Flower of Life had a similar effect to the Water of Life and could heal an NPC of all their injuries. Shifeng could also see exotic grass, which could dispel the majority of God's domain's curses. Even in herb-rich kingdoms and empires, one would be hard-pressed to find these kinds of herbs, and unfortunately, no one knew how to grow them either. Yet, these extraordinarily precious herbs were nothing but food for the area's demonic beasts. It was no wonder why the demonic beasts here were so fat. Moonlight fruit. Shifeng suddenly noticed a tree that was roughly 30 meters tall. Hanging from the silver tree's branches, Shifeng noticed a translucent fruit. When he saw this translucent fruit, his heart began to pound. In the past, the moonlight fruit had sold at one of the superpowers auctions. After that auction, not a single player throughout God's domain had forgotten the fruit's name. However, this wasn't because the fruit had sold for an astronomical price. Rather, it was due to the fruit's effects. When consumed, the moonlight fruit would permanently improve a player's physique. Chapter 1281, Exploring the Herb Garden. Chapter 1281, Exploring the Herb Garden. In God's domain, the moonlight fruit was one of the very few treasures that could permanently improve a player's physique. Although each fruit could only improve a player's physique by 2%, it was exceedingly valuable. Moreover, each player could consume a maximum of 5 fruits. In other words, players could improve their physiques by up to 10%. While 10% might not seem like much, the boost to a player's combat power would be astounding. There were 2 main reasons for the massive gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. The first reason was the tier of skills they could learn. The other reason was the difference in physique. Tier 2 players' physique was 40% stronger than Tier 1 players. Although physique would not increase a player's damage or basic attributes, it could enhance a player's 5 senses and improve their body's flexibility. Players would be able to predict attacks that were originally impossible to spot and perform actions that were normally impossible to execute. This was why Tier 2 players could easily defeat Tier 1 players even if both sides possessed the same attributes and combat standards. In the past, a moonlight fruit easily sold for 3,000 gold. Regardless, countless experts had fought over it. As Shifeng stared at the large, silver tree, a massive figure beneath the tree stirred. The figure was an 8-meter-tall bear with thick, snow-white fur. Its claws were razor-sharp, and a silver horn grew from atop its head. Currently, the bear slept peacefully beneath the tree. Occasionally, it would rub its back against the silver tree. Silvermoon Bear, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 65. HP 74,000/74,000,000. Shifeng spotted a total of 6 Silvermoon bears resting beneath the tree. He also saw a large number, easily over 1,000, Silvermoon rats roaming the garden. Moreover, these monsters moved relatively close to each other. Silvermoon Rat, Demonic Beast, Lord. Level 62. HP 18,000,000/18,000,000. It doesn't seem possible to sneak my way there. Shifeng observed his surroundings, but he couldn't find an opportunity to get past the monsters to take the moonlight fruit. I guess that I'll have to clear out the area, taking the monsters down slowly. If I obtain the moonlight fruits, it'll help Fire Dance and the others get through their promotion quests. With Fire Dance and the others' strength, they would likely clear their hard mode promotion quests. However, the likelihood of them clearing hell mode was relatively low. Although there was only a 1-grade difference between the two, the rewards would impact their development. However, if he could improve their physiques, then they could clear the hell mode promotion quest more easily. Moreover, he had another reason to eliminate the demonic beasts in the garden. He needed to reach the courtyard's inner area safely. On the off chance he caused a commotion and were surrounded, he would undoubtedly die. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng quickly went into action. As a preventive measure, let's summon a demon. Thinking so, Shifeng took the Bible of Darkness from his bag. Although he was confident in defeating these Lord-ranked Silvermoon rats, it would take too much time and energy by himself. He needed some help. Originally, Shifeng had considered summoning his personal guards. However, as this was a special space, he would die from regret if they couldn't be unsummoned and died here. Unlike mounts and pets, personal guards could not be easily resurrected. Oftentimes, players chose to search for new personal guards rather than resurrecting their guards after death. Resurrection was simply too expensive. It cost even more than bronze and mysterious iron guards. Even Shifeng couldn't afford to resurrect a dead personal guard. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he would not dispatch his personal guards. On the other hand, he would not mind even if the demons he summoned died. In any case, they would disappear after 5 hours. Following which, Shifeng summoned a level 60, Tier 2 Tomahawk Demon. The demon could be both a meat shield and DPS. Almost. After waiting for some time, the 5 silvermoon rats standing around the herb garden's outer edge finally moved away. Immediately, Shifeng drank 2 bottles of Sea God's Blessing, increasing his basic attributes by 15% and all resistances by 150 points for 15 hours. Afterward, he activated an isolation scroll to reduce the chances of detection. He then executed void steps and quickly reached an ancient tree near the outer edge. With a light jump, he made it to the top of the tree, over 70 yards away from the 5 demonic beasts. At this distance, due to the isolation scroll, these level 62 demonic beasts couldn't detect Shifeng. As for the Tomahawk Demon, due to it being level 60, it would not be detected easily even if it stood only 60 yards away from the demonic beasts. When Shifeng noticed the silvermoon rats turning around again, he took out Blazing Meteor and attacked a rock near the demonic beasts. The throwing weapon shattered the rock instantly. The scattered rubble just so happened to collide with one of the wandering silvermoon rats. Although the rubble hadn't caused any damage, the silvermoon rat was enraged. Looking around furiously, its round, beady eyes quickly locked onto the shattered rock. The rat then carefully walked over. Seeing one of its companions wander off, another nearby silvermoon rat followed curiously. Demonic beasts were slightly smarter than ordinary monsters. However, they had less intelligence than humanoid monsters. If something suddenly changed, they'd react instinctively. In the case of humanoid monsters, they'd likely gather a group of 5 or so before investigating the shattered rock. Shifeng simply took advantage of this. Very quickly, the 2 silvermoon rats arrived beside the shattered rock. As soon as they did, however, they sensed the Tomahawk Demon standing in the nearby tree. Sensing outsiders, the 2 silvermoon rats charged towards the Tomahawk Demon without hesitation. The other 3 silvermoon rats were over 15 yards away, and they did not react at all as they continued their mindless wandering. They did not even notice that 2 of their companions had left them. Good. Shifeng released a sigh of relief. He had only found this advantageous terrain after observing the herb garden for a long time. If he accidentally attracted all 5 silvermoon rats, he would be finished. However, despite seeing the 2 demonic beasts inch closer, Shifeng did not have the Tomahawk Demon attack them. Instead, he had the demon retreat. There were too many silvermoon rats throughout the herb garden. Many among them wandered randomly. If he fought inside the herb garden, the battle would easily attract the other rats. After luring the 2 rats roughly 50 yards away from the herb garden, Shifeng controlled the Tomahawk Demon to use the Tier 2 skill Flying Death Axe. Immediately, the Tomahawk Demon threw the massive battle axe in its hands, the weapon transforming into a streak of black light as it flew towards the 2 silvermoon rats. -61,845. -62,078. The attack ripped an ear-piercing screech from the silvermoon rats. Their screeching could be heard clearly from 50 yards away. In a panic, Shifeng turned his gaze back to the herb garden. Immediately, he noticed another silvermoon rat charging out of the herb garden. Shifeng suddenly felt a brewing headache. However, after another moment, no other rats charged out of the herb garden. That was close. This chain reaction is dangerous. Fortunately, none of the other silvermoon rats were alerted. Sighing, Shifeng shifted his gaze back to the approaching silvermoon rat. He decided to lure the 3 demonic beasts further away from the herb garden. Only after they were 100 yards away from the herb garden did Shifeng allow the Tomahawk Demon to fight the demonic beasts again. Although the Tomahawk Demon only had 13 million HP, which was less than what the silvermoon rats possessed, in terms of combat techniques, the Tomahawk Demon was stronger than the demonic beasts. If the Tomahawk Demon focused on defense, it would take a long time for the 3 Silver Moon Rats to kill it. After the Tomahawk Demon stabilized its aggro, Shifeng used Skywheel Sword to seal the area, followed by Firestorm. The raging inferno immediately caused the 3 rats to screech in pain, their HPs falling by around 90,000 every second. Occasionally, they would even receive a frightening damage of around -180,000. By the time Firestorm ended, the Silvermoon Rats had each lost over 700,000 HP. The Tomahawk Demon used the Tier 2 skill Demon's Voice, forcing every enemy to focus on the Tomahawk Demon. At the same time, the Tomahawk Demon's defense and attack speed increased by 40% for 30 seconds. With the Tomahawk Demon as an MT, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon's Slash, and the Ice Blue Devil Flame and launched a rampant assault. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger dealt around -4,000 damage with their normal attacks, while their skills dealt anywhere from -10,000 to -20,000 damage. When the Tomahawk Demon was close to death, Shifeng immediately switched to the Aura of Water and used Life Bloom on it, healing it back to full HP. After fighting for nearly 20 minutes, the 3 Silvermoon Rats collapsed. However, aside from gaining some skill proficiency, Shifeng did not receive any EXP from the demonic beasts. Suddenly, Shifeng felt that the system was very black-hearted. He had just killed 3 level 60 lords, for crying out loud. In the outside world, it would take a party of level 60 players to take down such a monster, yet the 3 lords' deaths hadn't yielded any EXP or equipment. Suddenly, Shifeng noticed a translucent, nail-sized grain beside one of the Silvermoon Rats. He picked it up and took a closer look. 7 Luminaries Shard. What? These monsters drop 7 Luminaries Shards. Shifeng could not help his surprise as he stared at the translucent grain in his hand. Chapter 1282, Growth Type Set Equipment. Chapter 1282, Growth Type Set Equipment. As expected of a god's home. This place is even more amazing than the Tower of Time. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the demonic beasts in the herb garden as he held the 7 Luminaries Shard tightly. The Tower of Time was one of the 2 most famous towers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, as it was an Azura mode regional dungeon. Although the dungeon was a similar rank to the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was a huge difference between the 2. The Tower of Time's bosses dropped 7 Luminaries crystals. However, the Moonlight Courtyard was even more astounding. He had a chance to obtain 7 Luminaries Shards by killing the numerous Silvermoon Rats here. On their own, 7 Luminaries Shards weren't particularly useful. However, they could be sold to NPCs for a high price. NPC merchants would be more than willing to purchase each shard for 1 gold. However, players weren't likely to sell their 7 Luminaries Shards to NPCs. Players could synthesize 7 Luminaries crystals from the shards. However, this task required a master alchemist at the very least. A master alchemist's synthesis success rate was roughly 30%, it was neither high nor low. Even independent players would attempt to synthesize their shards rather than sell them. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals could upgrade a player's mind space. Nobody would foolishly sell such an important resource and give up on constructing their own private space for rest and entertainment. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng was suddenly motivated to wipe out the demonic beasts in the herb garden. He wouldn't find an opportunity like this elsewhere. Normally, one had to venture to extremely dangerous secret lands and kill the area's bosses to obtain 7 Luminaries Shards or crystals. Now, however, he only needed to kill Tier 2 lords. This was like a bargain bin for 7 Luminaries Shards. After a short rest, Shifeng began to lure the Silvermoon Rats once again. His second attempt was much easier than his first. Moreover, he only lured 2 rats this time. Although he could take on 3 at once, fighting so many placed a heavy burden on the Tomahawk Demon. He needed to use Life Bloom constantly to keep the Tomahawk Demon alive. By fighting two at a time, however, the tomahawk demon did not need to defend itself constantly and could launch counterattacks from time to time. This increased the total DPS. Shifeng attacked the Silvermoon rat's weak points relentlessly. Like before, he healed the tomahawk demon with life bloom when its HP was low. Like this, Shifeng cleared out wave after wave of Silvermoon rats, each wave taking over a dozen minutes to defeat. Shifeng cleared out over 20 waves without rest. Although the repetition was boring, the more Shifeng fought, the more smoothly he defeated the Silvermoon rats as he became increasingly familiar with the demonic beast's attack patterns and weak points. As a result, he needed less time to defeat the rats each time he lured a wave over. Moreover, his harvest was considerable. After killing 47 Silvermoon rats, he had obtained 21 7 luminary shards. The shards' drop rate was much higher than he had initially expected. Others' synthesis success rate was only 30%. However, Shifeng had the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he collected 57 luminaries shards, he could synthesize a 7 luminaries crystal with a 100% success rate. If he continued to grind the demonic beasts here, he might collect all of the 7 luminaries crystals he needed to construct the 4 towers of elements. Why is combat here so taxing on stamina? After killing another wave of Silvermoon rats, Shifeng felt a little tired. In God's domain, when a player's stamina had decreased to a certain point, they would start feeling tired, affecting their combat power. If they continued to consume stamina, their combat power would continuously decrease. By the time players exhausted their stamina, they would not be able to move a single finger. Hence, when players fought in the fields, they would take breaks after fighting for a certain time. One of the reasons for doing so was to maintain their strength. Another reason was to avoid having insufficient stamina should they encounter anything unexpected. Shifeng had considered this before he had started fighting. Hence, he had been using the basic Tyrant title. Not only did the title provide him with 30 fortitude, but it also increased his maximum stamina by 20%, yet even after fighting around 24 battles, his stamina had fallen to a critical level. He hadn't expected his stamina consumption to be this high. I've only killed 47 Silvermoon rats after such a long time. This promotion quest is extraordinarily difficult. After consuming a drop of life essence, Shifeng turned to the distant Silvermoon rats, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It seems I've miscalculated. Fortunately, the promotion quest doesn't have a time limit. It would take a long time just to clear a path to the courtyard's inner area, not to mention killing every demonic beast here. Thinking about time, Shifeng glanced at the system clock displaying the time in the real world. He felt that it should be about time to log out and rest. After all, he had been playing for quite some time. This would not benefit his real body. What's going on here? Shifeng couldn't help his surprise when he saw the time. After some quick calculations, it should be around 7:30 in the morning. Yet, the system clock told him that it wasn't even 6 a.m. in the real world. This can't be right. I remember entering this place at roughly 5 in the morning. I've been grinding the rats for 5 hours now, so 2.5 hours should have passed in the real world. Even if my calculations are slightly off, it should still be past 7 o'clock, Shifeng muttered in confusion. Following which, Shifeng looked at the system clock displaying the in-game time. As he thought, he had been grinding for over 5 hours. Could the flow of time here be different from God's domain? Shifeng suddenly thought of a possibility. In fact, this wasn't something new in the game. Although rare, when one entered certain secret lands, the flow of time was different. Following which, Shifeng started comparing the time flow in the Dark Canyon and the real world. The moment he did, however, he was shocked. Time in the Dark Canyon flowed 10 times faster than in the real world. Shifeng was stunned. After all, he had only ever heard about a 1 to 10 time dilation in the past. He had never experienced it before. The greatest time dilation he had experienced was a 1 to 6 ratio, 1 hour in the real world had been 6 hours in the game. On the continent of God's domain, the time dilation was only double that in the real world. Now, however, he experienced a 1 to 10 time dilation. Shi Feng finally understood why, after coming here, the system prevented access to the communication system and return scrolls. Contacting the outside world while experiencing such a high time dilation would be an impressive feat. This is wonderful. I won't have to worry about spending too much time in here. Shi Feng was ecstatic. However, although he was not in a hurry, he couldn't spend too much time on his promotion quest. After all, the contest on Thunder Island was rapidly approaching. He needed to prepare. He also needed to search for sufficiently powerful mysterious flames to extend the time he had left before he became a puppet. After Shi Feng rested, he grinded the Silvermoon rats once again. With the life essence's stamina recovery, his stamina consumption rate decreased to 1/3 of its original. He could now fight for much longer. While he fought the Silvermoon rats, Shi Feng summoned his second tier 2 demon. Hidden Thorn Demon. This type of demon was similar to an assassin. It possessed explosive power and control capabilities. This made killing the Silvermoon rats much easier for Shi Feng. Now, he could defeat 2 Silvermoon rats in 8 minutes as Shi Feng grinded Silvermoon rats. He also discovered that, aside from dropping 7 Luminaries shards, the Silvermoon rats dropped equipment, though at a very low probability. However, the low drop rate was justified as the demonic beasts dropped growth-type set equipment for level 50 to level 60 players. The set equipment could be upgraded from bronze to dark gold rank. These items were far more valuable than ordinary level 60 dark gold set equipment. The Silvermoon rats dropped 2 variants of growth-type set equipment. One was the Magic Moon set equipment, meant for magical classes, while the other was the Shadow Moon set equipment for physical classes. Both were 7-piece sets. After grinding for over a dozen hours, Shi Feng had only obtained 3 set pieces, 2 for the Magic Moon set and 1 piece of the Shadow Moon set. Meanwhile, he had collected 91 7 Luminaries shards. As Shi Feng was about to enter the herb garden and lure more monsters, every one of the Silvermoon rats in the garden started to tremble. Shortly after these Silvermoon rats started trembling, the mana in the herb garden was pulled to a single point. Immediately, Shi Feng turned to the epicenter of this phenomenon. An evolution? Shi Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment. A Silvermoon rat, significantly larger than its counterparts, stood in the center of this phenomenon. The Silvermoon rat's eyes had turned blood red, and all of its fur stood on end. The Silvermoon rat's body also released a faint red glow, making it extremely eye-catching. Chapter 1283, Bloodline Evolution. Chapter 1283, Bloodline Evolution. The glowing Silvermoon rat screeched in agony. The other Silvermoon rats stared at the evolving rat as if it were a king as they trembled and distanced themselves. They were deeply afraid of angering their king and dying under its claws. In fact, over a dozen rat corpses surrounded the evolving Silvermoon rat. Impossible. It's undergoing a bloodline evolution. Shi Feng had a bad feeling about this. Like players, monsters could reach higher tiers. Only, in the case of monsters, the upgrade was known as evolution. God's domain's field bosses didn't come from nowhere. Instead, when a field boss was killed, the land it had governed would be left without a ruler. In such a situation, the region's monsters would engage in an intense battle, constantly evolving. Only after a new ruler emerged would these monsters cease their fighting. Hence, every time a new boss appeared in a region, the region's monsters would grow more powerful due to their evolutions during the intense competition. The Silvermoon rat before him was similarly evolving. Only, its evolution was somewhat different, known as a bloodline evolution. Many demonic beasts were members of powerful monster bloodlines from ancient times. Hence, when they evolved, they had a chance of triggering their bloodline. If that happened, not only would their tier improve, but their life ratings would also rise. In the past, Shi Feng had encountered demonic beasts that undergone bloodline evolution. A particular demonic beast had evolved from Tier 4 to Tier 5 and successfully triggered its bloodline. As a result, it had evolved into an incomparably powerful Tier 5 archaic species, transforming its governed area into a forbidden land for players. Only after a long time had a super guild managed to kill this Tier 5 archaic species. The Silver Moon Rat was currently a Tier 2 Lord. If it evolved normally, it would only become a Tier 3 Great Lord. If it triggered its bloodline, however, it would become a Tier 3 archaic species. At that point, escape would be impossible, much less victory. Even if Shi Feng could run away, with a Tier 3 archaic species guarding the herb garden, he wouldn't be able to get in. I have to give it a try. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and retrieved his only Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scroll and Tier 3 summoning scroll. He activated them immediately. A monster's evolution wasn't instantaneous. They needed time to absorb enough mana. Moreover, the more powerful the evolution, the more time it would take. The Silver Moon Rat's bloodline evolution had just begun. It was the perfect time to strike. Suddenly, a massive, blue magic array appeared above the evolving Silver Moon Rat. This array absorbed a large portion of the mana the Silver Moon Rat had gathered. Snowflakes started to descend from the magic array, and anything they touched froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, a radius of 50 yards had transformed into a winter wonderland. Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, Frosty Day. Not only could the spell cause a lot of damage, but it could also freeze all targets within the affected area for 10 seconds. Even if the freezing effect were negated, enemies would receive a debuff which reduced their movement speed and attack speed 50% and doubled their stamina consumption rate for 10 minutes. This one move had frozen all of the rats around the evolving Silver Moon Rat. As for the Silver Moon Rats that were outside of Frosty Day's range, due to the Silver Moon Rat that was undergoing its bloodline evolution, they didn't dare approach the area. Instead, they turned tail, and fled for their lives, giving Shi Feng an opportunity to attack the evolving Silver Moon Rat. As for the evolving Silver Moon Rat itself, the spell had taken over 1 million of its HP. Although its HP had only decreased slightly, it was severely injured, and as a result, its mana absorption rate had decreased significantly. Roar! The evolving Silver Moon Rat bellowed and glared at Shi Feng, killing intent radiating from its eyes. It then charged at Shi Feng. Good! Shi Feng smiled. Immediately, he activated Windwalk before he turned and fled. It was too risky to fight the rat in the herb garden. Had the Silver Moon Rat continued to absorb mana to evolve even after the initial attack, he would have been helpless. The fact that it had given chase couldn't be a better outcome. However, although the Silver Moon Rat had yet to complete its evolution, its movement speed was still higher than Shi Feng's even after he activated the Aura of Wind and Windwalk. Bloodline evolutions are terrifying. Shi Feng was inwardly shocked as he turned to look at the Silver Moon Rat chasing him. Originally, over 70 yards had separated him and the Silver Moon Rat. Now, the distance had shortened to 50 yards. Moreover, as the Silver Moon Rat ran after him, it absorbed mana and continued its evolution. Fortunately, it wasn't evolving as fast as it had been. This was the outcome Shi Feng had hoped for. As long as the Silver Moon Rat continued to evolve, the other Silver Moon Rats would not approach it. If the other Silver Moon Rats tagged along, he really would die here. Following which, Shi Feng dashed out of the herb garden, only stopping when the Silver Moon Rat caught up to him. After catching up to Shi Feng, the Silver Moon Rat slashed its razor-sharp claws at Shi Feng's back. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng spun around and used parry, blocking the attack. Pang! The single attack threw Shi Feng over 20 yards away. Although Shi Feng had been sent flying because he had used the impact to put some distance between him and his adversary, the fact that he had been thrown so far told him that the Shadow Moon Rat now had the strength of a level 62 Great Lord. Feng refused to imagine how terrifying the Silver Moon Rat's strength and speed would be once it completed its evolution. This should be far enough. Feng glanced at the distant herb garden. He then controlled his Tier 3 summoned creature and 2 Tier 2 demons to attack the Silver Moon Rat. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot towards the Silver Moon Rat. Seeing this, the Silver Moon Rat revealed a human-like sneer. It turned sharply, dodging Dragon Breath. Its intellect has improved by so much. Feng frowned. Although a bloodline evolution would improve a demonic beast's intellect, he hadn't expected this level of intelligence from the Silver Moon Rat. The Silver Moon Rat's combat standards already rivaled that of an elite player. As the Silver Moon Rat gleefully charged at Feng, the 2 Tier 2 demons had circled to its sides, and each launched an attack at its blind spots. Arrogance flashed in the Silver Moon Rat's beady eyes. It then backflipped, dodging the demon's attacks. The outcome didn't particularly surprise Feng as he maintained a calm expression. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Rat, which was still in the midst its backflip, discovered an 8-meter-tall, level 65, Tier 3 Shadow Lion behind it. The Shadow Lion brandished its claws at the rat. Boom! The lion slapped the Silver Moon Rat to the ground, the impact ripping an agonized screech from the demonic beast. Its HP decreased by over 700,000. This move was none other than the Shadow Lion's Tier 3 skill, Shadow Assault. This move was similar to the combination of the Assassin class's Shadow Steps and Ambush. Moreover, it was an AoE attack, so it was impossible to dodge at a close range. By using Dragon Breath, Feng had determined the Silver Moon Rat's combat standards. After determining its combat standards, he used the 2 demons to launch a feint, leaving room for the Silver Moon Rat to dodge. He responded by directing the Shadow Lion to injure the rat. After his plan succeeded, Feng switched to the aura of fire and activated Firestorm. As the Silver Moon Rat's body had been embedded in the ground, it couldn't dodge the raging inferno in time. The Silver Moon Rat screeched again as the scorching flames engulfed it, its HP decreasing rapidly. Suddenly, its blood-red eyes turned pitch black. Despite the raging inferno, the surrounding temperature dropped. Roar! The Silver Moon Rat suddenly released a deafening roar. It began to transform. Not only did it grow larger, but its dark gray fur had also turned silvery white. Its single tail split into 3, and it now had 4 front legs rather than 2. A pitch-black horn protruded from its forehead. This is insane. It's forcing its evolution. Feng frowned. Chapter 1284, Soloing an Archaic Species. Chapter 1284, Soloing an Archaic Species. After completing its evolution, the Silver Moon Rat had more than doubled in size. Now, it was 6 meters tall and loomed like a 2-story house. Its aura had also grown more intense, making it difficult for Feng to breathe. Meanwhile, its statistics had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Silver Moon Rat King, weakened, archaic species, Great Lord. Level 64. HP 90,000,000/90,000,000. As Feng stared at the information, the Silver Moon Rat King vanished. In the blink of an eye, the Rat King appeared before Feng, its 4 front paws transforming into streaks of light as they slashed at Feng. So fast. Feng believed that in terms of speed, no player was his match in God's domain. However, compared to the Silver Moon Rat King, he was slow. Not to mention, the Rat King attacked with 4 limbs. Even if he could move faster, he couldn't dodge all 4 attacks. Defensive Blade. Peng. 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 Over a dozen streaks of light slashed at Feng again and again. In the blink of an eye, Feng heard his defensive barrier shatter. In a single round of attacks, the Silver Moon Rat King had exhausted defensive blade's block counts. As soon as the Silver Moon Rat King ended its first barrage, it launched another. However, black mist now extended from its paws, forming 4 shadow whips that lashed at the swordsman. As if the Rat King were an expert with the weapon, the 4 shadow whips sealed off every one of Shifeng's paths of retreat, preventing him from dodging the attacks. It clearly forced its evolution, but why has its intellect improved by so much? Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the 4 incoming whips. If a monster tried to force its evolution, not only would it receive a backlash, but it would also suffer a weakened state for some time, their attributes decreasing significantly in all aspects. Naturally, its intellect would be affected. Only after its weakened state faded would it recover to its peak. Although Shifeng's exchange with the Silver Moon Rat King had been brief, he could tell that the Rat King had the combat standards of a player that had reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Shifeng found this truly inconceivable. If the Silver Moon Rat King had evolved normally, what kind of combat standards would it have had? The Trial Tower's 5th floor? Or the 6th floor? With such high attributes and superb combat standards, the Silver Moon Rat King would be an utter nightmare. Not even an entire team of experts would be a match for the Silver Moon Rat King, much less a 100-man team of level 60, Tier 2 players. It was much different than the Tier 5 archaic species Shifeng had faced in the past. Due to the lack of weaknesses, players had been forced to take the Tier 5 archaic species head-on. In the end, the Tier 5 archaic species had only died after a super guild had dispatched a team led by a Tier 6 god-ranked player. Against the Silver Moon Rat King's skill attack, Shifeng activated Divine Steps without hesitation. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers appeared around him. The instant the shadow whips descended, Shifeng switched places with one of the distant doppelgangers. In the end, the 4 shadow whips passed through Shifeng's doppelganger unhindered and struck the ground, slicing the packed dirt apart as if it were a cake. The grooves were roughly 6 yards deep and extended up to 50 yards. The attack's range and power rendered Shifeng speechless. After the skill ended, Shifeng swapped positions with another doppelganger and appeared beside the Silver Moon Rat King, the abyssal blade descending on the Great Lord. Chop! -16,748. The Silver Moon Rat King reacted as it turned and snapped 2 shadow whips at Shifeng. Shifeng once more switched positions with a doppelganger on the other side of the Rat King and quickly followed up with Thundering Flash. 4 arcs of blue lightning passed through the Silver Moon Rat King's body -7,950. -10,748. -29,601. -20,007. Although the Rat King's defense hadn't risen by much, it had 90 million HP, Shifeng's damage was nothing. Fortunately, while weakened, the Silver Moon Rat King couldn't use its combat recovery. Hence, any lost HP was permanent. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, Shifeng suppressed the Rat King for a moment. Meanwhile, Shifeng controlled the Shadow Lion and 2 Tier 2 demons to join the battle. However, the Silver Moon Rat King promptly responded when it noticed the Shadow Lion and demons approach by lashing its 4 shadow whips. It aimed 2 for the Tier 3 Shadow Lion while the other 2 dealt with the Tier 2 demons. The Rat King's attacks were extremely accurate, forcing the Shadow Lion and demons to defend themselves. However, the Shadow Whip's attack speed was quite high. Before Shifeng could direct his creatures to dodge, the whip struck. The Shadow Lion was knocked back by over 10 yards, 2 damages of over -170,000 appearing above its head. Each of the Tier 2 demons had lost over 300,000 HP and been thrown over 30 yards. What high strength! Shifeng was surprised. The Silver Moon Rat King's strength could rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Fortunately, he had avoided the Rat King's attacks, using Divine Steps to defend himself. Otherwise, if he had failed to block the 4 shadow whips and were struck, he would have died instantly. Even if he blocked all 4 whips, he would have very little HP remaining. Once Shifeng understood how powerful the Silver Moon Rat King was, he changed his attack methods. Now, instead of issuing the Shadow Lion vague commands, he chose to control it himself. He directed the two demons to attack from the sides. Like the Silver Moon Rat King, the Shadow Lion was a Tier 3 monster. Although the Shadow Lion's strength was no match for the Silver Moon Rat King, its speed should be on par. With Shifeng's control, it would not be difficult to block the Rat King's attacks with the Shadow Lion. After all, the Silver Moon Rat King only had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. To ordinary and elite players, this combat standard might be considered very high. To him, however, it was not even passable. Even if he had to split his attention between controlling his body and the Shadow Lion, he could exhibit combat standards at the half-step refinement realm with the Shadow Lion. Once the Shadow Lion was under Shifeng's complete control, it easily dodged 3 of the Silver Moon Rat King's shadow whips. The Shadow Lion countered the last whip with a swipe of its claws, negating the attack. It then used its other paw to cast the Tier 2 skill, Shadow Claw, raking 4 bloody slashes across the Silver Moon Rat King's face. The impact slammed the Rat King's head into the ground. -438,749. The Shadow Lion's attack dazed the Silver Moon Rat King. The rat stared at the lion in confusion. It had sent the stupid lion flying earlier, yet now the beast had dodged its attacks and slashed its face. The Silver Moon Rat King pushed Shifeng to the back of its mind and focused its attention on the monstrous cat, lashing one whip after another at the Shadow Lion. Against this furious assault, Shifeng directed the lion to defend itself. Although the Shadow Lion couldn't damage the Rat King, Shifeng and his 2 demons could attack the Great Lord from its blind spots, taking tens of thousands of the Rat King's HP every now and then. For a time, they fought a battle of attrition. The Silver Moon Rat King's HP decreased slowly. Only after a long time did its HP fall by 1%. As for the Shadow Lion, it lost HP at roughly the same rate. Thank goodness for its weakened state. After getting a general grasp of the situation, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. If the battle continued like this, he could kill the Silver Moon Rat King before the Shadow Lion's duration ran out. If the Silver Moon Rat King weren't in a weakened state, however, he wouldn't be able to kill it, even if he had days, due to its battle recovery. In fact, the reason that most experts in God's domain couldn't solo powerful bosses wasn't due to weak combat standards. Rather, they couldn't deal enough damage to overcome the boss's battle recovery. Without battle recovery, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP steadily decreased. 95%. 90%. 80%. After fighting for nearly an hour, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP finally fell to 10%. Fortunately, the Shadow Lion still had 60% of its HP. Throughout the battle, whenever the Shadow Lion's HP fell to a critical level, Shifeng had cast Life Bloom on it. As a result, the Silver Moon Rat King watched helplessly as the Shadow Lion recovered to full HP. Roar! The Silver Moon Rat King finally went berserk. Black magic arrays suddenly appeared before its 4 paws, rampantly gathering the surrounding mana. The Rat King then slammed its paws on the ground, and streaks of black light shot from the ground in a 100-yard radius. When the Tier 2 Tomahawk Demon accidentally stumbled into one of the streaks of light, it instantly lost over 600,000 HP. As the seconds ticked by, more streaks of light broke through the dirt. As this attack continued, even Shifeng had no choice but to use Defensive Blade and Absolute Defense to defend himself. By the time these streaks of black light finally stopped, the 2 Tier 2 demons had less than 30% of their HP remaining. As for the Shadow Lion, it only had 40% HP remaining. As expected, an archaic species won't go down so easily after all. Even in a weakened state, this skill is more than enough to annihilate an expert team multiple times. Shifeng was greatly shocked as he stared at the exhausted Silver Moon Rat King. If the Rat King were at its peak, only death would await him. There was no other outcome. After all, despite the Rat King's current weakened state, Shifeng hadn't found a single weakness. If he wanted to defeat it, he had to face it head-on. If the Rat King were at its peak, he wouldn't have any hope of victory without several Tier 3 tanks or summoning scrolls and an intermediate magic array to suppress the demonic beast. The Silvermoon Rat King was exhausted after using such a powerful skill. It couldn't even move a muscle. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash and started a merciless assault. If he waited for the Silvermoon Rat King to recover and use that powerful AoE skill again, he would die. 9%. 7%. 5%. 1%. When the Silvermoon Rat King only had around 100,000 HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, the Silvermoon Rat King's HP hit rock bottom, its body collapsing to the ground. Success, finally. Shifeng fell flat on his back in exhaustion, taking one deep breath after another. He had focused on controlling the Shadow Lion while assisting the battle from the side. The fight had been both mentally and physically exhausting. Had the battle gone on any longer, Shifeng might have collapsed before killing the Silvermoon Rat King. Suddenly, Shifeng realized that his previously stagnant experience bar, which hadn't moved when he killed the other Shadow Moon rats, was rising. Moreover, it rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10%. 20%. 30%. Only after reaching 69% of level 50 did his experience bar finally stop. Meanwhile, upon its death, the Silvermoon Rat King had dropped a mound of shiny items. Chapter 1285, Upgrading the Demonic Tiger. Chapter 1285, Upgrading the Demonic Tiger. The Silvermoon Rat King's loot was astounding. It had even dropped 16 Luminary shards. It had also dropped 5 pieces of equipment. The Magic Moon robes, the most important part of the Magic Moon set equipment, lay among them. There were also 2 pieces of the Shadow Moon set equipment, the chest piece and bracers. If he could complete the 7-piece sets, they would be the best set equipment available in God's domain right now. Besides that, the Silvermoon Rat King had dropped the level 60 Fine Gold Moonlight Shield and level 50 Dark Gold Necklace, Shadow Talisman. Any of the various large guilds would drool over the items. Quite a few tools had dropped as well. These tools included a Tier 3 Domain Scroll and Tier 3 Defensive Scroll. Shifeng considered these items compensation for the Tier 3 Large-Scale Destruction Magic Scroll and Summoning Scroll he had used. Shifeng had also obtained 7 Tier 3 Attribute Gemstones. What's this? Shifeng had thought that he had collected all of the loot, but he suddenly noticed a nearly transparent stone beside the Silvermoon Rat King's corpse. Although this stone rested there quietly, the surrounding mana surged towards it. Curious, Shifeng picked up the stone and examined it. However, he discovered that he couldn't see its information. This left him with no choice but to use omniscient eyes. I struck gold this time. After the 10-second appraisal process completed, Shifeng revealed an excited expression as he read the item's description. Bloodline Essence, Dark Gold Rank Item. This item contains a trace of a ferocious beast's bloodline. It can give a mount a trace of the ferocious beast's bloodline. Although specific items could upgrade guild mounts, there were very few items in God's domain that could upgrade a mount's strength. A mount's strength was not static. It could be improved. However, upgrading a mount was far more difficult than nurturing personal guards. Shifeng had never thought he would be so lucky as to obtain a dark gold strengthening tool for mounts. Although his demonic flame tiger was a dark gold mount, it was only as strong as a chieftain of the same level. It was not even a match for a Tier 2 lord. Against experts of his level, the demonic flame tiger wouldn't be of much use. At most, it could cast a few buffs. If he could upgrade the demonic flame tiger to the standard of a lord, however, the mount would be of significant help. After all, a lord was the equivalent of a Tier 2 player. Moreover, unlike personal guards, Shi Feng did not have to worry about the demonic flame tiger dying, as it was much cheaper to resurrect. The only downside was that, after its resurrection, the demonic flame tiger would enter a weakened state for a certain period. Following which, Shi Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger. When the tall, mighty demonic flame tiger manifested, it obediently lay down beside Shi Feng and rubbed its furry head against his arm. How much strength you get from this depends on you now. Shi Feng then placed the bloodline essence before the demonic flame tiger's mouth. Seeing the translucent stone, the demonic flame tigers shone with hunger like a cat staring at a fish. Without hesitation, it licked the bloodline essence off of Shi Feng's hand and gulped it down. When the bloodline essence entered the demonic flame tiger's stomach, blood-red patterns began to appear across the feline's body. The surrounding mana surged into the demonic flame tiger. The flood of mana wasn't one bit inferior to the Silvermoon Rat King's evolution. As it succumbed to the change, the demonic flame tiger wailed in agony. Following which, the blood patterns released a brilliant glow as they devoured the tiger's body. As the surrounding mana density reached its peak, the demonic flame tiger's form began to change. The demonic flame tiger had stood 5 meters tall. Now, however, its body shrank, reducing to 3 meters. A pitch-black horn grew from its forehead, and arcs of silver electricity crackled around its 4 paws as black flames licked up its legs. The demonic flame tiger appeared more ferocious and majestic than before. Its aura, in particular, had undergone an earth-shattering change. So strong. The bloodline essence's effect is impressive. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he checked the demonic flame tiger's attributes. Despite its current, lord rank standard, its basic attributes were much higher than a lord of the same level. It could nearly rival a high lord. A mount that was almost as strong as a high lord. Just thinking about it excited Shi Feng. The strongest mount he had seen in the past had been on par with a great lord. It had belonged to a superpower's upper echelon and had been carefully nurtured. Countless resources had been spent on the mount's growth. Shi Feng had been jealous. After all, that player who had owned the mount had only been as strong as he had been, yet that player had such an impressive mode of transportation. Now that the demonic flame tiger was as strong as a high lord, as long as he nurtured it properly, it might become as strong as a great lord by the time he reached Tier 3. It would be a powerful ally. After all, his tiger now had a strand of a ferocious beast's bloodline. It was much stronger than monsters of the same rank. It's about time to log off and get some rest. Taking a look at the real-world clock, Shi Feng thought that this would be a good time to take a break. Following which, Shi Feng called up the system interface and logged out. As soon as Shi Feng exited God's domain, a series of notifications bombarded his virtual gaming cabin. Why are there so many messages? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. As his virtual gaming cabin had an anti-disturb mode, the system would temporarily block any messages from the real world. Only after he logged out of God's domain and woke from his slumber would the messages reach him. He had only been in God's domain for 3 days, yet he had over a dozen messages waiting for him. Some were from his assistant, Liang Jing, and some were from Big Dipper Group's chairman, Xiao Yu. He had also received an invitation from the White Tiger Dojo. Shi Feng glanced through one message after another. He quickly discovered that these messages focused on a single matter, the friendly competition that the White Tiger Dojo intended to host tomorrow. Xiao Yu's messages inquired about the participants' conditions, while Liang Jing's messages talked about the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. The White Tiger Dojo has splurged on the event. Shi Feng was slightly astonished as he read the competition's announcement. Not only had the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City been invited to the competition, but the White Tiger Dojo had also involved 5 other nearby cities. Anybody could apply to join the competition. The participants weren't limited to the invited dojos and training centers. As long as one passed the qualifiers, they could take part. As a result, this competition was even more ambitious than Jinhai City's annual fighting competition. In addition, the White Tiger Dojo had changed the competition's rewards. Now, anyone who placed within the top 5 would receive prize money, first place would receive 5 million credits, even fifth place would receive 500,000 credits. To the various dojos and training centers, this prize money was negligible. Rather, these organizations had their sights set on the Green God Company's invitation card. To the majority of the participants, however, the reward money was considerable. According to Liang Jing's report, there were already more than 10,000 applicants. While Shi Feng was stretched, Xiao Yu called him anxious. Chapter 1286, Competition Preparations. Chapter 1286, Competition Preparations. Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor, Chairman's office. Currently, 2 people sat in a large office by the French windows. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these 2 people looked somewhat similar. Only, their auras were different. One radiated the energy that was unique to a martial artist, while the other's aura spoke of a high societal position. These 2 were none other than the Big Dipper Group's Xiao brothers. Big brother, I've looked it up already. To attract enough attention, the White Tiger Dojo has dispatched 3 experts from its main branch to participate in the competition. Are you sure we won't have any issues? Xiao Yan asked worriedly. The White Tiger Dojo was a titan in the fighting industry. The main branch's talents were all rising stars. Take Gan Xingteng, who had defeated Qin Wu, for example. Despite being one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples, he didn't even qualify for the main branch's nurturing. It was clear how impressive the main branch's experts were. Moreover, the competition had an age restriction that barred those over 20, cutting out organizations such as the Big Dipper Dojo. He wouldn't have been worried if the age restriction had been set to 25. After all, Shi Feng would be able to participate if that were the case. Moreover, they had Fire Dance, who had defeated Gan Xingteng in a single move. With those 2, the Big Dipper Dojo could easily secure first place, yet neither could participate this time. Xiao Yan was very familiar with the Big Dipper Dojo's members. Only a few among them could be professional fighters. Moreover, even if they participated in the city's annual fighting competition, they wouldn't rank within the top 100. How could these members possibly contend with the White Tiger Dojo's elites? To put it crudely, even in a 3-on-1 fight, their opponent would win in 3 moves or less. If they signed their members up for the competition, it wouldn't be a matter of winning or losing. It would be a matter of how badly they were humiliated. If they embarrassed themselves during such a grand event, it would impact the Big Dipper Dojo's future. Shi Feng's people have assured me that everything is in order. I've tried to ask the person himself, but he is still in the game, and it wouldn't be wise to interrupt him. After all, he has already guaranteed success, Xiao Yu responded with a concerned expression. Big Dipper's future was at stake. He had tried to ask Liang Jing, but she had no information on these matters. Big brother, I think we should try to get an answer from him. The competition is tomorrow. If we can't win, I'd rather be absent than humiliate ourselves. If that happens, we won't have any chance against the White Tiger Dojo, Xiao Yan said. All right. Once Shi Feng leaves the game, I'll ask him. Xiao Yu agreed with his brother's logic. The White Tiger Dojo was obviously serious about branching out to Jinhai City and the several neighboring cities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dispatched its elites to take part in the competition. After all, the qualifiers for national fighting competition would begin soon. Its elites should be either resting or preparing for that event. Taking part in this sudden competition would affect them. As Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan chatted, Xiao Yu noticed that the Do Not Disturb mode on Shi Feng's communication system had been removed. Immediately, he called the man. Chairman Xiao, what's with the early call? Has something urgent come up? Shi Feng asked curiously when he saw Xiao Yu's nervous expression on his quantum watch's display. The White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition is tomorrow. May I inquire about Instructor Shi's preparations? If you need any help, just say the word. We will do our best to assist you, Xiao Yu said. Currently, his gaze was fixed on Shi Feng, hoping to determine the young man's confidence of winning the competition by his expression and tone. He had been a part of the business world for some time, so he could easily read the truth and lies on a person's face. If Shi Feng didn't have the confidence, Xiao Yu would give up on the competition. After all, the dojo's honor was at stake. If others learned that the White Tiger Dojo's disciples defeated theirs in a single move, the Big Dipper Dojo would go of business. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng replied, "Thank you for your concern, Chairman Xiao. Since you've offered, I could use your help with something." The answer disappointed Xiao Yu. However, after considering the matter, he found it to be reasonable. After all, just how long had the Big Dipper Dojo been in operation? Even if they invested a ton of resources in their members, they wouldn't see the results for a long time. How could a few days of training possibly transform their members? Can you think of a way to obtain a few more bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid? I'm willing to purchase them for a high price, Shi Feng asked, somewhat embarrassed. He had already troubled Xiao Yu for 10 bottles. However, he had given all 10 to Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. He had nothing left for Fire Dance, Cola, Yi Wumian, Flying Shadow, or the other core members. The guild's main force members were nearly ready to challenge their Tier 2 promotion. However, challenging their Hell Mode promotion quests would be very difficult unless they improved their combat standards. If he could get his hands on more S-rank nutrient fluids, he could help the others grow stronger. Xiao Yu was speechless. Obtaining the previous 10 bottles had taken a lot of effort, yet Shi Feng wanted more. Shi Feng was practically treating the S-rank nutrient fluid as if it were water. Instructor Shi, I've already used my connections to obtain the previous bottles. I cannot get any more. I see. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng understood. If that were the case, he had no choice but to look for other methods to help his companions grow stronger. Then, Chairman Xiao, I still have matters I need to deal with. I'll speak with you later. Wait, although Xiao Yu still had something to say, Shi Feng had already disconnected the call. Big brother, how was it? Xiao Yan asked. I don't know, Xiao Yu said, smiling bitterly. Shi Feng is quite mysterious. If not for him being Ruashi's classmate, I might even suspect him to be an old man that has lived through countless trials and tribulations. Despite his hundreds of weak points, I can't seem to find a way to strike. What? Even you couldn't see through him? Xiao Yan asked in shock. Xiao Yu had experienced countless battles in the business world while developing the Big Dipper group. Many knew him to be a sly old fox. His ability to see through a facade was top class, yet he couldn't see through Shi Feng. How could this not be shocking? Forget it. We'll participate in the competition tomorrow. If we don't, the White Tiger Dojo will have an excuse to slander our names. We just need to avoid losing too badly. In any case, we can redeem ourselves during the city's annual competition, Xiao Yu said after giving the matter some thought. The city competition? Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. There was no doubt that the White Tiger Dojo would win in the friendly competition. However, it was a different story for the city's annual competition, as they would have the assistance of a great expert like Shi Feng. Meanwhile, back in the Greenwater Villa, Shi Feng's basic training, he logged back into God's domain. It would take a lot of effort to clear the Silvermoon rats from the herb garden. The sooner he completed this task, the better. He couldn't predict when the other Silvermoon rats would evolve. Compared to his prior grind, Shi Feng had an easier time killing the demonic beasts with the help of the Lord-ranked demonic flame tiger. Now, not only did he and his summoned demons receive the tiger's buffs, but the demonic flame tiger's own combat power was even greater than the Tier 2 demons. Fortunately, the Dark Canyon's monsters did not respawn. After grinding away half a day, Shi Feng finally cleared out the Silvermoon rats. Although the grind was boring, he had collected a total of 714 luminary shards. If he used the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize 14 luminaries crystals. He was now much closer to his goal of obtaining 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. He also had 5 unique pieces of the Magic Moon set equipment. He had 4 duplicates as well. As for the Shadow Moon set equipment, he had collected 6 unique pieces with 2 duplicates. He only needed the belt now. As Shi Feng set his sights on the Silvermoon bears, several figures flew down from the distant tower. As these several figures grew closer to the herb garden, the demonic beasts in the moonlight courtyard panicked. Even the great lord-ranked Silvermoon bears covered their heads with their paws and shuddered in fear, not even daring to glance at the distant figures. This is insane. Why are magic light dragonlings here? Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the 3 massive figures fly over him. Chapter 1287, Dark Shaman King. Chapter 1287, Dark Shaman King. The magic light dragonlings were pitch black and shrouded in a layer of black mist. Their skin sparkled faintly from time to time, resembling the night sky. The dragonling's wingspan stretched over 20 meters, and a single flap was enough to create a strong gust of wind, the whistle echoing throughout the courtyard. Seeing the magic light dragonlings rapidly approach the garden, Shi Feng turned and fled. The magic light dragonlings were bona fide dragons. Although they were infants and only at the Tier 3 standard, they were much stronger than an archaic species of the same tier. And 3 of these level 65 magic light dragonlings were flying towards him. If they discovered him, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the dragonlings were quite far away, so Shi Feng had more than enough time to get out of the herb garden. Shi Feng wasn't the only one trying to leave the herb garden. The Silvermoon bears lazing around the moonlight fruit did not dare linger either. It wasn't long before the 3 magic light dragonlings landed in the center of the herb garden. As soon as they landed, 3 figures jumped off of their backs. Among them, 2 were level 70, Tier 3 demons wearing exquisite armor, and 1 was a black-robed elder wielding a crimson staff. Although this black-robed elder did not exude any kind of aura, Shi Feng, who watched from a distance, did not even dare to move a single muscle, deeply afraid of attracting this elder's attention. This elderly man was far more terrifying than the magic light dragonlings. Shi Feng had heard this man's name before. Dark Wizard Raymond was a legendary Tier 5 Grand Wizard. He had been a marshal that commanded the Apocalypse Empire's Mage Corps. However, to pursue the essence of magic, he had betrayed the human race and dealt a severe blow to the Empire. Now, he was a wanted man in God's domain. In Shi Feng's previous life, Raymond had been the final boss of the Dark Shaman King expansion pack. Back then, the various superpowers had suffered countless casualties to exterminate the Dark Wizard Raymond. In the end, it had taken 2 super guilds working together to take him down. Shi Feng had never expected his promotion quest to lead him to such a terrifying boss. It was no wonder why the magic light dragonlings were treated like mounts. Only a legendary grand wizard like Raymond could accomplish such a feat. This promotion quest really is deadly. Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he quietly watched Raymond. If he were discovered, he would die here. There was no way for he could escape a Tier 5 Grand Wizard. If Raymond guarded the herb garden, Shi Feng's promotion quest was as good as over. After Raymond dismounted, he began to collect herbs in silence. Meanwhile, the 2 Tier 3 demons stood guard. Seeing this, Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Raymond was also a Grandmaster alchemist. He had most likely come to the garden to collect herbs for his research. As Raymond harvested the plants, Shi Feng hid in a bush and remained motionless. A Tier 5 NPC's perception was incredibly powerful. Even though he was 500 yards away from Raymond, there was no guarantee that the NPC wouldn't detect his movements. He could only wait until Raymond left the herb garden. Time passed quickly. After harvesting herbs for nearly 10 minutes, Raymond finally stood and prepared to leave. Suddenly, however, Raymond retrieved a fist-sized, 7-colored rock from his bag and started chanting an incantation. What? The 7 luminary source stone is in Raymond's hands? When Shifeng saw the 7-colored rock, he suddenly felt as the system had conned him. His quest was to seal a demon king. Normally, this would be impossible for him at this stage of the game. Hence, the system had given him a hint to use the 7 luminary source stone to suppress the demon king before sealing it. Yet, now, it was revealed that Raymond possessed the 7 luminary source stone, and the Grand Wizard was most likely stronger than a Tier 5 demon king. As Shifeng agonized over how he would obtain the 7 luminary source stone, a magic barrier formed around the herb garden. In the next moment, Shifeng saw Raymond retrieve some seeds from his bag and plant them in the garden. In the blink of an eye, these seeds started to sprout. Their growth rate was astonishing. Moreover, the herbs were extraordinary. They were all soul flowers, which were no less valuable than the flowers of life. Soul flowers were so valuable because they could reduce the system's penalty when players died. The death penalty was a massive headache for all of God's domain's players. If they died in the fields, they would lose 1 level. However, if they were resurrected with the basic resurrection potion, crafted with the soul flower, their death penalties would be reduced by 80%. The potion could also substitute for a team's lack of healers. However, the basic resurrection potion was only effective on level 70 and below players. It was ineffective on those who were above level 70. Moreover, the potion had a long, 1-day cooldown. Regardless of these flaws, the basic resurrection potion was undoubtedly a miracle. Unfortunately, while the recipe was very easy to obtain, the soul flower, the potion's main material, was extremely rare. Normally, the various large guilds kept the resurrection potions they crafted for their own use. Very few were willing to sell the potion. If any did show up in the auction house, even if they were only basic rank, they could easily sell for 500 gold apiece. Aside from being used in resurrection potions, the soul flower was one of the materials required to resurrect NPCs. If players wished to resurrect their personal guards, they needed 4 things: soul flower, flower of life, water of life, and 3,000 gold. Because of this, players were rarely willing to resurrect bronze and mysterious iron personal guards. The soul flower, flower of life, and water of life were all extremely rare. They were impossible to obtain even if one had the money. This was also the reason why Shifeng avoided summoning his personal guards if he could help it. Shifeng hadn't expected Raymond to have soul flower seeds. He certainly hadn't expected the man to have so many. If he could obtain these soul flowers, he could make a fortune. Following which, Shifeng watched Raymond instruct the 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons before climbing back onto the magic light dragonling. All 3 dragonlings then flew back to the tower. The 2 Tier 3 demons remained behind. They were obviously tasked to guard the soul flowers and prevent the nearby demonic beasts from eating them. 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons. Shifeng smiled. If Raymond had tasked the magic light dragonlings to guard the soul flowers, Shifeng wouldn't have had any hope. However, it was a different story if he only had to take out 2 Tier 3 demons. Following which, Shifeng summoned his personal guards. He hadn't done so early because he had worried that wouldn't be able to unsummon them. Their deaths would cause him a lot of trouble. However, the situation had changed. Even if they couldn't be unsummoned and died here, obtaining the soul flowers and flowers of life would be a profitable trade. Some time after the 2 summoning magic arrays appeared, Anna and Kite emerged. The 2 NPCs were an even higher level than their last summoning. Anna was already level 72, while Kite had reached level 70. Their weapons and equipment had also transformed. Without Shifeng's knowledge, Anna had gained an additional fragmented legendary headpiece, while Kite had obtained a fragmented legendary one-handed sword. Shifeng was pretty jealous. He had to admit that dumping coins into their high-ranking quests had been a worthwhile investment. Go! Although both of his personal guards were only Tier 2, Shi Feng didn't hesitate to send them to deal with the two level 70, Tier 3 demons. Chapter 1288, Overwhelming Tier 3 Demons. Chapter 1288, Overwhelming Tier 3 Demons. After hearing Shi Feng's command, both Anna and Kite set their sights on the demonic hunters guarding the herb garden. Demonic Hunter, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 35, 00000/35, 0000000. Compared to monsters, demons had less HP. In return, though, their intellect was much higher. In addition, they had many skills at their disposal. If given the choice, players would rather fight dumb monsters than demons of the same tier. The instant Anna and Kite set foot into the herb garden, they attracted the demonic hunter's attention. Intruders, you dare set trespass into Lord Raymond's territory. You shall pay with your lives, the two demonic hunters bellowed as they promptly retrieved the greatswords from their backs. They both charged at Anna, the summoner. Not only were the demonic hunters faster than the Silvermoon Rat King, but their combat standards were also higher. Moreover, they knew how to coordinate as each of them activated demonic charge from two different directions, their movement speed increasing instantly. When the two demonic hunters were only 30 yards away, Anna slammed the butt of her staff on the ground and pointed a finger towards the sky. As she did so, she finished chanting her incantation's final verse. Suddenly, a massive, golden magic array appeared before her. Silver magic arrays also appeared around Anna, one after another, surrounding the summoner. When the two demonic hunters were only 15 yards away, a golden giant emerged from the golden magic array. The golden giant served as a gatekeeper as it stood in the demon hunter's path. This move was the Tier 2 curse Anna had learned, Song of Summoning. It allowed her to summon a Tier 3 golden giant to aid her. 10 Tier 2 rock guardians also appeared from the silver magic arrays around Anna. In the blink of an eye, Anna had summoned a monster army. Golden Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 72. HP 77 0000000/77 0000000. Rock Guardian, Elemental Being, Lord. Level 72. HP 31 0000000/31 0000000. Although the two demonic hunters tried to circle the summoned creatures and attack Anna directly, the summoner had prepared for this. With a light wave of her staff, she fired several elemental bullets at the demonic hunters. Dang! 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 The two demonic hunters responded quickly by blocking the bullets with their greatswords. However, the golden giant appeared behind the two demonic hunters, its fists descending on their heads. Boom! -415,797. -420,187. The impact blasted a large hole in the ground. At this point, Anna had finished writing another set of runes. She then flicked her finger at these runes. Immediately, these runes embedded themselves into the 10 rock guardians' bodies, who had already surrounded the two demonic hunters. As these runes merged with the rock guardians, a golden magic array formed around the two demonic hunters. Although the demonic hunters attacked the barrier, it remained intact as the rock guardians split the damage equally. Moreover, this magic array granted the rock guardians a 10% increase to their basic attributes and reduced the demonic hunters' basic attributes by 15%. With this, it became even more difficult for the demonic hunters to kill the rock guardians and break free from the magic barrier. So strong! Shi Feng was quite impressed. Although he had long since known that an epic personal guard had extraordinary potential, he never imagined that Anna would grow to the point of being capable of suppressing two Tier 3 demons all by herself. If a player of the same tier fought Anna, she would overwhelm them until their death. Not to mention, Anna still had her epic ranked legacy skill, angel summoning. Whether in a one-on-one fight or a group fight, Anna had no weaknesses. Suddenly, the Sword Master Kite charged into the magic array and slashed his fragmented legendary sword at one of the demonic hunters. The targeted demonic hunter responded quickly, slashing its great sword horizontally and easily deflecting this attack. However, the instant the demonic hunter blocked the attack, it was forced to retreat by half a step. Immediately after, over a dozen wind blades struck the demonic hunter from multiple directions. -44,671. -44,598. -45,102. In the blink of an eye, the demonic hunter lost over 500,000 HP. Kite was clearly superior in both strength and speed. After watching his personal guard's performance for a short moment, Shifeng joined the battle. Although both Kite and Anna could overwhelm the Tier 3 demons, the demons were different from the Silvermoon Rat King. Both had battle recovery, which allowed them to recover 350,000 HP every 5 seconds. It would take quite some time to kill them. After Shifeng, the demonic flame tiger, and the two Tier 2 demons joined the battle, their overall damage skyrocketed. When any of his allies began to run low on HP, Shifeng switched to the aura of water and cast Life Bloom. In less than half an hour, both level 70, Tier 3 demons fell. Once they died, Shifeng's experience bar had risen to 82% of level 50. Sure enough, only great lords grant EXP here. Glancing at his experience bar, Shifeng gained a general understanding on some of the Dark Canyon's rules. He then shifted his gaze to the loot drop the two demonic hunters had dropped. Due to divine providence, the demonic hunters had dropped a total of 9 7 luminaries shards and 2 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. They had also dropped 2 small pouches. Opening the pouches, Shifeng discovered that they actually contained seeds. The 2 pouches combined contained a total of 27 seeds. The monsters here drop seeds. Shifeng was somewhat confused. This was the first time he had obtained seeds after killing a monster. Normally, one could only obtain seeds from NPC merchants or opening treasure chests. Following which, Shifeng curiously checked the seeds attribute panel. Mutated rainbow tree seeds. Survival rate increased by 20%. Amount of rainbow fruit produced during each maturity cycle increased by 30%. There is a chance to produce mutated rainbow fruit. What? These are rainbow tree seeds. Shifeng was momentarily stunned. Fruit trees in God's domain were different from herbs. They would not disappear once harvested. Instead, the tree would continue to bear fruit as long as one nurtured it properly. Only, the fruit's maturity cycle was a little longer than herbs. One could easily purchase an ordinary fruit tree's seeds from NPC merchants for relatively cheap. However, rare trees' seeds were much more expensive, not to mention the rainbow tree's seeds. In the past, one such seed easily sold for 400 gold. Unfortunately, rainbow trees had a very low survival rate of roughly 20%. Hence, if one wished to their own, it would cost around 2,000 gold. If one were unlucky, the seeds might cost them as much as 4,000 gold. The rainbow tree seeds were so expensive because rainbow fruits could produce rainbow wine. Not only was the wine delicious, but its effects could also rival the 100-berry wine. Moreover, the rainbow wine's effects lasted much longer. The mutated rainbow tree seeds, however, likely cost several times more than ordinary rainbow tree seeds. After all, the seeds boasted such a high survival rate. These trees would also produce more fruit than usual. Most importantly, they had a chance of growing mutated rainbow fruit. After Shifeng collected the loot, he chose to unsummon his personal guards, letting Anna and Kite return to their original locations. However, despite numerous attempts, the system notified him that he had failed to unsummon the NPCs. Sure enough, I can't send them back. It seems that I'll have to unsummon them after completing the quest. Shi Feng could not help but sigh. However, when he shifted his gaze to the soul flowers and rare herbs that filled the herb garden, his mood instantly lifted. There was even a large number of moonlight fruit waiting to be harvested. He had to admit that an Azura mode promotion quest was wonderful. Shi Feng collected the rare herbs and moonlight fruits frantically while waiting for the soul flowers to mature normally. Soul flowers needed 3 to 4 days to reach maturity. However, due to Raymond's magic array, these only needed around 6 hours. Time passed very quickly. By the time Shi Feng collected the soul flowers, his bag space was nearly full. It's about time for me to log off, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the real-world clock. It was almost time for the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. As the Big Dipper's head instructor, he couldn't be absent from the event. He then chose to log out and disappeared from the herb garden. Rainbow fruit. Rainbow fruit in Chapter 1005 changed to 7-colored fruit. Chapter 1289, Difference caused due to time. Chapter 1289, Difference caused due to time. Jinhai City, City Center Sports Arena. The sun shone brightly in the midday sky. At this moment, however, the glaring, scorching sun couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the crowd gathered in front of the sports arena. A sea of people waited outside the arena, which could accommodate 50,000 people. The White River Dojo had been advertising the friendly competition for some time. Advertisements decorated the city streets. Including Jinhai City, a total of 6 cities planned to participate. It was the grandest competition so far this year. In an era where everyone valued physical fitness, nothing was more popular than a fighting competition. Today was also a Saturday, and everyone had the free time to watch the competition. After all, this competition involved fighting experts from 6 cities. It could be considered a contest between these cities. Many had come to support their own local fighters. In order to spread the news thoroughly, the White Tiger Dojo had specifically invited many of these cities' important fighters to spectate. Seeing luxury hover cars arrive before the VIP entrance, one after another, the people lined up in front of the normal entrance gasped. Every individual that alighted from these vehicles were even more extraordinary. Look! Isn't that Elder Su? He's attending this event as well. Huh! Isn't that Master Chinwu? While the crowd watched in rapture, influential people entered the arena. Shi Feng had also just arrived at the sports arena by car. As he had been occupied with gathering herbs, Xiao Yu and the others, finding it inappropriate to disturb him, had decided to head to the venue first. Hence, Shi Feng had arrived alone. As soon as Shi Feng emerged from the car, he was surprised. However, his surprise wasn't due to the number of spectators. Rather, he was surprised to see so many contestants. A line of people had queued up at the contestant entrance. There were at least 300 people in line at the moment. It was already enough to rival a provincial-level fighting competition. As Shi Feng waited for Liang Jing to retrieve him, he noticed quite a few familiar faces in front of spectator entrance number 5. They were none other than Zhou Yuhu and his previous classmates. Brother Hu, you really are impressive. You even got your hands on entrance tickets. When I showed off my ticket, my classmates were so jealous, a robust youth with a long nose and beady eyes praised Zhou Yuhu. That's nothing to Brother Hu. Brother Hu is famous at our school. Not only did he pass the professional fighter's test and officially become a reserve professional fighter, but he is also one of the few Shadow Guild experts in our school. It is a piece of cake for him to get a few tickets to this competition, a youth wearing a t-shirt proudly proclaimed. Amazing! Brother Hu has become a reserve professional fighter. In that case, won't he become an actual professional fighter in 1 or 2 years? At this moment, several tall, beautiful female students gazed at Qin Shuyu, who stood beside Zhou Yuhu, in envy and admiration. Senior Shuyu, you really are blessed. You actually nabbed Brother Hu for yourself. It was extremely difficult to become a professional fighter. One needed talent. Becoming a professional fighter also meant earning a high income. If one became one of the top 10 fighters in the city, living in a high-end residence and owning a luxury car would be possible. If one became a champion, they would gain a lot of influence and wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their life. What are you girls talking about? Qin Shuyu, who wore a blue blouse and short skirt, pretended to get angry. However, her eyes contained a faint trace of pride. As the group chatted merrily, Zhou Yuhu noticed Shi Feng, who waited in the distance. Huh? Isn't that Shi Feng? Hearing Zhou Yuhu's words, everyone turned to look. These people more or less knew about the history between Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu. Shi Feng had defeated Zhou Yuhu in a single move, instantly becoming famous in the university. However, it had been quite some time since they had seen Shi Feng as, shortly after his fight with Zhou Yuhu, he had vanished. Shi Feng wore a dark blue tracksuit. Compared to several months ago, he had built up quite a bit of muscle. He gave off an indescribable sense of familiarity. Why is he here? Qin Shuyu watched Shi Feng in confusion. After the fellowship party, Shi Feng had cut off all connections with his classmates. After graduating from university, she had heard that Shi Feng had joined a considerably powerful gaming workshop and was doing fairly well. I suppose he's here to watch the competition. Watch the competition? I doubt that. If that was the case, he should be in line for one of the spectator entrances rather than relaxing on a bench. He graduated already, yet he's still going around wearing a tracksuit. I guess he hasn't done that well. Sure enough, those rumors about him becoming powerful were lies. Senior Shuyu, it seems your decision back then had been a wise one. I wish my eyes were as keen as yours. The group praised Zhou Yuhu, one after another. After all, the difference between Zhou Yuhu and Shi Feng was obvious. One was a nobody, working for some gaming workshop, while the other was an upper echelon in the well-known Shadow Workshop. Moreover, not only was Zhou Yuhu the envy of white-collar workers, but he was also a reserve professional fighter. As long as he could pass the city's qualifiers within 3 years, he would officially become a professional fighter. Every dojo and training center in the city would offer high pay to recruit him. Senior Shuyu, why don't we invite him to join us? We have an extra ticket. Letting it go to waste would be a pity. That's right. There are people willing to buy back row tickets for 1,500 credits. It would be a loss to hold on to it. In any case, he must want one. We can sell it to him for 1,200 credits. Consider it doing him a favor. Zhou Yuhu and Qin Shuyu agreed with the suggestion. Obtaining these tickets hadn't been cheap. Even back row tickets cost 500 credits through official channels. Originally, they had bought just enough tickets, but one of their party wasn't able to attend due to some urgent matter. If they did nothing with the ticket, they would have thrown away 500 credits. By selling it to Shi Feng, they could earn a quick buck and ridicule their old classmate. Alright, then. In any case, holding on to it would be a waste. Since we are old classmates, and we haven't seen him for some time, we can use this opportunity to catch up. Qin Shuyu nodded. However, after taking a few steps forward, Qin Shuyu noticed a gorgeous beauty with 4 black-clad bodyguards in tow approach Shi Feng gracefully. This woman, wearing an exquisite business suit, even made Qin Shuyu feel ugly. She was none other than Liang Jing. Head instructor Shi, you finally decided to show up. Let's hurry inside. Chairman Xiao and the others are already waiting anxiously for you. Had you been any later, they would have fetched your gaming cabin with you inside, Liang Jing grumbled when she saw Shi Feng's leisurely behavior. Aren't I here now? Shi Feng chuckled. Let's go. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Liang Jing led him through the VIP entrance. Although the several security guards at the entrance wanted to verify their identities, when they saw Yang Jing produce a gold-plated VIP invitation card, they halted their steps and stood aside respectfully. Crap, who are those people? They have a gold invitation card. I thought the White Tiger Dojo had only given out 20 of those. As Shi Feng and Liang Jing entered the building, the security guards stated after them in surprise. If the 20 golden invitation cards were split evenly among the 6 cities invited, each city would only get 3 or 4 cards. Only those whom the White Tiger Dojo valued would receive one. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhu and the others, who waited in front of the spectators' entrance, were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Chapter 1290, Display of Strength. Chapter 1290, Display of Strength. How is this possible? Doesn't he work for a gaming workshop? Qin Shuyu stared at Shi Feng incredulously as the latter entered the VIP entrance. She couldn't believe her eyes. Every person she had watched go in through that entrance was an influential fighter in Jinhai City, yet Shi Feng boldly walked through the doors. Moreover, even the security guards had treated him with respect. How was he not doing well after graduating? He had risen to an entirely different level. So the rumors were true. Her companions' jaws had dropped as they stared at the VIP entrance. When they thought about how they had planned to sell Shi Feng a back-row ticket, they realized the idea was laughable. Fortunately, they had not actually tried to sell him the ticket. Otherwise, they would have humiliated themselves. Senior Shuyu, aren't you very familiar with Senior Shi Feng? I'm very interested in gaming. If there is an opportunity, would you introduce us? A petite girl with big, round eyes and cherry-red lips asked Qin Shuyu with anticipation. Ah. Hmichum. If there is an opportunity. I'll introduce you, Qin Shuyu muttered, wearing an indescribably awkward expression. Meanwhile, in the sports arena's VIP hall, upper echelons from the various dojos and training centers, as well as influential figures from the various cities, had gathered, chatting merrily. Only, despite the sounds of laughter that filled the hall, an intense hostility snapped between them. When 3 of the White Tiger Dojo's people entered, practically every upper echelon shifted their gazes to the newcomers. Among these 3, the one leading the group was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s. The man gave off a peaceful aura. Of the 2 men beside him, one was Gan Xingteng, the representative instructor for Jinhai City's White Tiger Dojo, while the other was Xie Qiwen, White Tiger Dojo's rising star. What? Jiang Tianyuan is here. Seeing as Jiang Tianyuan is attending, this competition must be quite important to the White Tiger Dojo. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man, Jiang Tianyuan, they spoke in hushed whispers. In the fighting world, Jiang Tianyuan had been a superstar in the past. He had participated in multiple international competitions and had placed quite well. During his youth, he had been practically unrivaled among his peers within the country. The White Tiger Dojo had raised him to the position of advanced instructor at a very young age. He had even become a hall master, managing over a dozen branches. Jiang Tianyuan was definitely one of the White Tiger Dojo's core upper echelons. Even the dojo's head hall master treated him with respect. The fact that such an important figure had set foot in a backwater city like Jinhai City proved that the White Tiger Dojo intended to do anything possible to win this competition. The minor dojos and training centers clearly had no chance of winning. Qiwen, are the arrangements for the competition complete? Jiang Tianyuan asked quietly after he greeted the various VIPs. Hall Master, everything is complete. Once this competition is over, the White Tiger Dojo will secure all 6 cities, Xie Qiwen reported, smiling. Good, then. Jiang Tianyuan nodded. However, I heard that the Big Dipper Dojo has a few skilled fighters. I've also heard that Lei Bao is now one of their instructors. Make sure our competitors do not grow complacent. Hall Master, rest assured, we've investigated the Big Dipper Dojo's situation. Among their 20-year-old and younger members, none are exceptional. I am sure that some other dojo or training center will deal with Big Dipper before we have to, Xie Qiwen said confidently. If the woman named Fire Dance, who had defeated Gan Xingteng in a single move, took part in this competition, they would have to take Big Dipper seriously. However, none of the dojo's new members had any talent to speak of, much less strength compared to the Big Dipper dojo. The other dojos and training centers posed were a greater threat. Right, who have you chosen to be our third representative in this competition? Jiang Tianyuan asked. I've heard that both Yu Ziping and Liao Huajie have performed considerably well thus far. Although Liao Huajie is one of the main branch's elites, Yu Ziping is nearly skilled enough to become an advanced apprentice. After some discussion, we've decided on Liao Huajie as our third representative. At the end of the day, Yu Ziping is too young. Although Yu Ziping has the advantage when it comes to the basics, he doesn't have as much combat experience as Liao Huajie, Xie Qiwen explained, smiling. What a pity. This is a good opportunity to accumulate experience. After all, that child is quite talented. After Jiang Tianyuan considered the matter, he agreed with Xie Qiwen. The competition was extremely important. If it weren't, he would not mind letting Yu Ziping take part in it instead. However, Jiang Tianyuan only played with this thought. After all, neither Liao Huajie nor Yu Ziping was skilled enough to attract his attention. He had only asked because Yu Ziping was one of his daughter's friends. Elsewhere in the arena. Head instructor Shi, you're finally here. When Xiao Yu saw Shi Feng enter the room, he hurriedly welcomed the latter. Anxiously, he asked, how is the team coming along? The competition was about to start, yet the Big Dipper's chairman was utterly unfamiliar with his team's condition. To make matters worse, quite a few influential figures within Jinhai City were concerned and had repeatedly asked him about Big Dipper's representatives. Meanwhile, he could only smile in response. He didn't have any answers for them. They should be all right, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Hearing Shi Feng's vague reply, Xiao Yu was speechless. He even wondered if Shi Feng was concerned at all. However, Xiao Yu's requirement wasn't overly high. As long as they didn't lose too miserably, he'd be satisfied. After all, the White Tiger Dojo had dispatched its elites from the main branch. Although Xiao Yu tried to say something more, the bell signaled the start of the competition. Everyone immediately turned towards the arena. The large sports arena, which was capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators, was filled to the brim. The venue was extremely lively, and even some of the contestants, who participated in fighting competitions frequently, grew tense. Of all the people that had applied to join the competition, a total of 768 people had qualified. These people would be divided into 32 groups of 24. Only one person from each group would proceed to the official competition. It was a cruel elimination round. Each dojo and training center's 3 contestants would be divided into different groups. 32 platforms had been set up inside the arena. Hence, all 32 groups could compete simultaneously without wasting time. The audience would get their fill of exciting fights. A virtual screen had also been set up in the arena center, displaying the winners of each round. Naturally, the more winners a dojo or training center possessed, the more powerful they would be. The results would allow the audience to judge just how strong the various dojos and training centers were. Although the White Tiger Dojo called this a friendly match, everyone knew that it was a ploy to show off its strength and the difference between itself and the other organizations. Following which, the contestants entered the arena. They moved towards the platform corresponding to their groups. Seeing the various contestants, the audience seated grew excited. Look! Isn't that Gu Chen, one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses? A frequent participant in the national competition is actually taking part in this competition? Huh? Isn't that Beauty Yi Yuqing? I heard that she is a female genius second only to Tang Jingyao in the White Tiger Dojo. If she's here as well, there's no need for this competition. The final match will definitely be between Yi Yuqing and Gu Chen. As the audience watched the White Tiger Dojo's representatives approach the stages, they were stunned. Meanwhile, the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons paled at the sight. With two of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses participating in this competition, how could they compete? Xia Qiwen, who watched from the VIP stands, suddenly noticed a familiar figure on platform number 14. This figure was none other than Yu Ziping. Why is he here? Xia Qiwen was flabbergasted. Chapter 1291, Death Group. Chapter 1291, Death Group. So, you secretly applied for the qualifiers, knowing that you wouldn't be chosen as a representative? Xia Qiwen's expression darkened as he glared at Yu Ziping on platform number 14. You really are a resilient bastard. Xia Qiwen knew that Yu Ziping was chasing after Jiang Tianyuan's daughter, Jiang Mengyun. Originally, he had planned to cause some trouble for Yu Ziping, forcing the boy to retreat. However, he hadn't expected Yu Ziping to disregard his kindness, much less join the competition without approval. Following which, Xia Qiwen sent Gu Chen, Yu Yiqing, and Liao Huajie a message. The contents were simple: cripple Yu Ziping and prevent him from continuing in the fighting world. Hopefully, you don't disqualify too quickly. Xia Qiwen sneered as he looked at Yu Ziping. He had to admit that Yu Ziping was quite lucky. Among the White Tiger Dojo's 3 representatives, none were assigned to platform number 14. If he wished to take Yu Ziping out, he had to wait until the boy won the elimination round. As long as Yu Ziping won in the elimination round, he would be easy to deal with. Although this was only a friendly competition, injuries were common in any fighting competition. For an elite like Gu Chen, accidentally crippling Yu Ziping in a fight would be a piece of cake. Even if Yu Ziping could recover, a mere disciple with no background wouldn't be able to afford the treatment. Suddenly, Gan Xingteng approached Xia Qiwen, respectfully handing his superior a folder. Boss, here's the detailed report on the dojos and training centers representatives that you asked for. Good job. Xia Qiwen nodded, casually browsing through the information. He was responsible for handling the occupation of the 6 cities. This was the first important task the White Tiger Dojo had assigned him. Naturally, his performance had to be flawless. Although he didn't expect anyone from the 6 cities to defeat his dojo's representatives, he had Gang Xingteng investigate any noteworthy opponents. Among the 6 cities, there were only 3 noteworthy opponents: the Martial Heaven Dojo, White Cloud Dojo, and Big Dipper Dojo. Among the 3, the Martial Heaven Dojo and White Cloud Dojo deserved the most attention. After all, these 2 were considerably famous in the past. Only, their fame had fallen considerably since then. However, they were still capable of nurturing national fighters once every few years. The martial arts master, Lei Bao, was the only reason the Big Dipper Dojo was considered a worthy foe. They also had Fire Dance, who was suspected of being a martial arts master as well. With these 2 masters, the Big Dipper Dojo might have some hidden trump cards. As Xia Qiwen read through the files, however, he noticed a familiar name, Yu Ziping. Moreover, Yu Ziping was representing the Big Dipper Dojo. Seeing this, Xia Qiwen was momentarily stunned. He was utterly dumbfounded by Yu Ziping's foolishness. Had Yu Ziping joined the competition as an individual, the youth would retain his identity as a White Tiger Dojo intermediate disciple. If that were the case, he couldn't do anything too drastic against the youth. After all, Jiang Tianyuan was watching. However, the situation had changed. By representing another organization, Yu Ziping had severed all ties with the White Tiger Dojo. Even if he crippled the boy, Jiang Tianyuan wouldn't interfere. On the contrary, Jiang Tianyuan would be pleased. After all, no one tolerated a traitor. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll gladly give you one. Xia Qiwen sneered. However, something is off about this Big Dipper Dojo. Were they unable to find suitable candidates? They're actually willing to work with members from other dojos. Although the information regarding Shadow Sword and Turtledove showed that both had participated in their own city's professional qualifiers, they had never passed the elimination rounds to become official professional fighters. This year was their last opportunity to surpass their status of reserve professional fighters even in weaker dojos. People like Shadow Sword and Turtledove were a dime a dozen. They were only slightly stronger than the Big Dipper dojo's new members. I have really overestimated them. Xie turned to look at Shifeng and the others, who sat in the VIP stands, his sneers still plastered on his face. It would be a pity to keep such interesting information to ourselves. Xingteng, notify the techs to switch the main screens to these 3 people when it's their turn to fight. I want everyone to watch the Big Dipper Dojo's performance. There were 4 virtual screens set up in the center of the arena to give the audience a better view of the fights. However, due to the number of platforms, only the interesting matches were broadcast. As the host of the competition, the White Tiger Dojo could choose any particular fight to broadcast. When choosing to join a dojo or training center, fighters usually based their selection on the establishment's capability to nurture its members. If it was well known that if a dojo's members were weak, no one would join it, regardless of who the instructors were. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure that they are the main focus of the competition, Gan Xingting said. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands. When Xiao Yu read the information Shifeng had provided regarding the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives, he very nearly fainted. He had met these 3 people when they had arrived at the sports arena. However, he didn't know much about them. Now that Xiao Yu had read the reports, he regretted not holding Shifeng back. He felt that Shifeng had underestimated the 6 cities' various dojos and training centers. After all, of the dojo's representatives, 2 were not even professional fighters. They were merely reserves. Even if Big Dipper were weak, it was more than capable of hiring professional fighters to assist them, yet Shifeng had chosen reserve fighters. Moreover, the only professional fighter was a White Tiger Dojo disciple. If the 2 reserve fighters performed badly, and they had to rely on the White Tiger Dojo's disciple to achieve victory, others would still assume that the White Tiger Dojo was more powerful. They would be promoting the White Tiger Dojo instead of the Big Dipper Dojo. On the other hand, if they lost, they would be slandered for misleading a White Tiger Dojo disciple with poor training. To make matters worse, both Shadow Sword and Turtledove had been assigned to Death Group. Although none of the White Tiger Dojo's elites were in their Death Group, many excellent provincial-level fighters were. Quite a few were even preparing to challenge the national competition this year. Their combat standards far exceeded city-level professional fighters. These reserve fighters had no chance against them. As Xiao Yu contemplated stopping the competition, the first match on platform number 1 began. To Xiao Yu's dismay, Shadow Sword, Fu Jinghong, had been chosen to fight in the first match. And to make matters worse, his opponent was the favorite to win in platform number 1. His opponent's name was Lu Jingshan, a genius disciple from the White Cloud Dojo. It's over. When Xiao Yu saw Lu Jingshan's 2-meter-tall, muscular frame walk up the platform, his expression darkened. Lu Jingshan was one of the White Cloud Dojo's favored disciples. He had been born with extraordinary physical strength and was a talented fighter. Last year, he had secured 5th place in a provincial fighting competition and had very nearly qualified for the nationals. This year, Lu Jingshan had challenged many experts and defeated numerous people from last year's national competition. His strength had long since reached the national level. In the White Tiger Dojo, he would easily become an advanced disciple. So, the fight is over before it has even begun. Xie Qiwen stifled his laughter when he saw Fu Jinghong's opponent. Once both fighters were in position on platform number 1, the referee swung down both his hands and declared the start of the match. Chapter 1292, Shocking the Arena. Chapter 1292, Shocking the Arena. The moment the match began, the screens above the arena began to broadcast the fight, attracting everyone's attention. Ha ha ha. Chairman Xiao, you've really got some bad luck. Your boy has to face our White Cloud Dojo's genius right off the bat. This year, little Lu has achieved a punching strength of 604 kilograms. He can even rank near the top in the national competition. A white-haired, old man began to laugh not far from Xiao Yu. Hearing this old man's comment, Xiao Yu's expression darkened further. Even Hall Master Chen Wu, Jinhai City's #1 expert, only had a punching strength of 453 kilograms. The Big Dipper Dojo would be eliminated in the very first round. Xiao Yu wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone in the venue shared a similar opinion. Even Fu Jingheng thought so. Lu Jingshan was very famous in the fighting industry, even top-class, city-level professional fighters looked up to the genius. Guild leader, will it really be alright? Fu Jingheng could not help but glance at Shi Feng, who watched from the distant VIP stands, worriedly. He had only arrived at the Greenwater Villa 4 days ago, yet he was participating in such a large-scale competition, required to face off against experts from various cities. Although he had undergone 3 days of special training and consumed plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids, which significantly improved his physique, he had no confidence in winning. After all, before this, he had been a reserve fighter. Unfortunately, despite his many attempts to convince Shi Feng that he wasn't skilled enough to participate in such a large competition, Shi Feng had told him to relax and fight like normal. Brat, are you going to get off of the stage yourself, or do I have to throw you from it? Lu Jingshan asked, sneering at Fu Jingheng. I'll say this. My strength has increased again recently, so don't blame me if I can't control it. Come, Fu Jingheng said, gritting his teeth. He decided to put up a fight. After all, Shi Feng had invested 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid in him. If he surrendered, he would forsake his guild leader's kindness. Oh! How courageous of you! Lu Jingshan clapped his hands in mock praise. However, a second later, he dashed towards Fu Jingheng. As he moved, he looked like a brown bear, inspiring fear in his opponent. As Lu Jingshan arrived before Fu Jingheng, he jabbed at the latter's face, his fist moving so fast that it left behind even afterimages. Not bad. He has trained a standard punch to such a degree. No wonder even some national-level fighters aren't a match for him, Jiang Tianyuan praised the fighter from the VIP stands. From the moment Lu Jingshan charged forward to the moment he threw his punch, he had completed the entire process like flowing water. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. There wasn't any excess movement to hinder his strength. Lu Jingshan threw his entire weight into the single punch. Although there was nothing special about this move, it was extremely dangerous. If not dealt with properly, the hit might finish Fu Jingheng off. Boom! An explosion echoed throughout the platform. However, Lu Jingshan's punch didn't reach its mark. Instead, it stopped 3 inches away from Fu Jingheng's face. The audience was stupefied. He missed. Lu Jingshan really loves to play around. He's deliberately trying to scare his opponent. That's right. After all, the difference between them is massive. It wouldn't be interesting if he ended the match with 1 punch. Lu Jingshan must be trying to spare his opponent's reputation. Fu Jingheng really is unlucky. Not only will he be defeated, but Lu Jingshan will scare him in the process. He won't faint, right? If Lu Jingshan hits him accidentally, he might kill the boy. Some of the audience members, who were familiar with Lu Jingshan, chatted merrily as they watched. They could not help but pity Fu Jingheng. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Xiao Yu could no longer bear to watch the match. Instead, he glared at the smiling, white-haired elder hatefully. The White Cloud Dojo was clearly using the Big Dipper Dojo to gain more fame. Who would want to join the Big Dipper Dojo after this devastating fight? Suddenly, however, the white-haired elder was confused. He had assumed that the boy was a brute, all muscle and no brains, yet the boy had increased his dojo's fame. And yet, Lu Jingshan didn't look as gleeful as everyone had expected. Rather, he looked at Fu Jinghong with a serious expression. He was not as kind or playful as everyone thought. He had planned to finish off Fu Jinghong with one punch from the very beginning to shock his following opponents. After all, this was not your standard competition. He had to fight several matches in a row. He might even suffer injuries as a result. Although the sports arena was equipped with excellent medical facilities and could help him heal small injuries very quickly, medicines and machines couldn't restore one's mental state. Hence, he had intended to finish his fights as quickly as possible. However, he had never expected Fu Jinghong to dodge his punch. "Brat, you got lucky, but your luck ends here," Lu Jingshan shouted. Immediately, he executed chaotic arrow strikes, his swiftest and most violent technique. He planned to overwhelm his opponent with brute force and speed. A wall of fists bombarded Fu Jinghong. Lu Jingshan's trademark chaotic arrow strikes. "That kid is doomed. It will take several months in the hospital to recover from his injuries." The audience could not help but pity Fu Jinghong when they saw Lu Jingshan's ruthless assault. As everyone thought that Lu Jingshan would send his opponent flying, Fu Jinghong reacted, blocking every one of the incoming punches. "Impossible. He can actually block that? Is he even human?" The audience in the VIP stands were shocked. This was especially true for the White Cloud Dojo elder. Lu Jingshan's punches were both swift and strong. This technique would even overwhelm national fighters, yet Lu Jingshan couldn't even hit Fu Jinghong. What refined skills! Jiang Tianyuan's eyes glowed as he watched Fu Jinghong's movements. The spectators were focused on Fu Jinghong's defense, but Jiang Tianyuan was fully aware of how difficult it was to block Lu Jingshan's chaotic arrow strikes so effortlessly. First, Fu Jinghong needed to predict Lu Jingshan's attack trajectories accurately. Then he needed to block the attacks from the correct angle. To achieve such a feat, one required an acute awareness of the fight and a wealth of combat experience. Jiang Tianyuan found it very difficult to believe that a youngster in his late teens could possess so much combat experience. "What? I thought he was just a reserve fighter." Xiao Yu wore an incredulous expression as he watched Fu Jinghong move across the stage gracefully, his mouth hanging open. He then shifted his gaze to Shi Feng, and all of his resentment for the man vanished. He was surprised and elated. He had never thought that Shi Feng would find such a hidden expert. At the same time, his respect for Shi Feng grew. After the fight continued for another dozen seconds or so, Lu Jingshan gradually weakened. While chaotic arrow strikes could overwhelm his opponent, the move taxed his stamina. "I see that you have some hidden strength as well, brat. You nearly fooled me." Seeing the fight going nowhere, Lu Jingshan gave up on using chaotic arrow strikes and pulled away from Fu Jinghong. He tried to buy himself some time to recover his stamina with words. "If dodging is the only thing you know how to do, you will never defeat me." However, before Lu Jingshan finished speaking, Fu Jinghong charged forward. He had no intention of giving Lu Jingshan time to rest. Seeing this, Lu Jingshan sneered at his opponent's foolishness. Adjusting his stance, he responded with a horizontal kick as Lu Jingshan's leg was about to strike Fu Jinghong. The young fighter representing the Big Dipper Dojo slid to a stop as if he had predicted the counterattack. As a result, Lu Jingshan's leg brushed past Fu Jinghong's clothing. Lu Jingshan's stance crumbled as his attack missed, revealing weak spots in his defense. Using this opportunity, Fu Jinghong launched a scissor kick at Lu Jingshan's unguarded abdomen. Pooh! Lu Jingshan spat a mouthful of blood on the spot, flying off the platform and slamming into the ground. Although Lu Jingshan tried to stand, he swayed before losing consciousness and collapsing back to the ground. As this was a friendly competition and each contestant had to participate in more matches than the standard competition, once a referee determined that a contestant was incapable of continuing, they would immediately declare the fight's outcome. Winner: Big Dipper Dojo's Fu Jinghong. Chapter 1293, Another Monster. Chapter 1293, Another Monster. He won, just like that. The audience was dumbfounded as they stared at platform number 1's Fu Jinghong. Nobody had expected such an outcome. Moreover, the fight had ended so quickly. However, among those present, the upper echelons in the VIP stands were the most surprised. Although the general audience knew that Lu Jingshan was very strong, they didn't know that he was as skilled as a national-level fighter. And such an expert had been defeated by a disciple from a dojo they had never heard of. This was unbelievable. The Big Dipper Dojo? Didn't that dojo recently open? Amazing. I thought the rumors about Big Dipper recruiting a master were lies. It seems they are actually true. That guy defeated Lu Jingshan so easily. Doesn't this mean he already qualifies to join the national competition? After this competition is over, I have to apply for the Big Dipper Dojo. The majority of the audience found the unexpected outcome inconceivable. However, after considering the matter carefully, they realized how impressive the Big Dipper Dojo truly was. After all, none of them had ever heard of Fu Jinghong before. The Big Dipper Dojo must be impressive if it nurtured such an extraordinary fighter. The audience members aspiring to become professional fighters stared at the stage with bloodshot eyes. They were all eager to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Even if they couldn't become national-level fighters, they wouldn't have to worry about putting food on their table for the rest of their lives if they joined the ranks of provincial-level fighters. Due to the focus on Fu Jinghong and Lu Jingshan's fight, the spectators discussed the Big Dipper Dojo for a time. The more they talked about the dojo, the more enthusiastic they became. In the blink of an eye, the Big Dipper Dojo had garnered a lot of fame. Well, I won't have to worry about my marketing plans. When Shifeng noticed the heated discussions in the other audience stands, with some even expressing their intent to join the dojo, he considered this a good opportunity to advertise the Big Dipper Dojo. The White Tiger Dojo was trying to occupy the various third-tier cities because it wanted to recruit more talented fighters as leverage during its negotiations with international corporations. After all, everyone had already learned that talented fighters had an easier time becoming experts in God's domain. Hence, instead of blindly recruiting players in God's domain and hoping to find hidden gems, it was far more efficient to recruit talented fighters and train them in the game. Although the Big Dipper Dojo had already been established in Jinhai City for quite some time now, only those in the fighting industry knew its reputation. The general public didn't know much about the organization. If he could use this opportunity to gain some publicity for the dojo and lure more people into applying, this would allow Zero Wing to recruit talented fighters for internal nurturing. Although Zero Wing had already recruited plenty of talents, at the end of the day, the guild had too few. Zero Wing didn't even have enough experts to give first-rate guilds a run for their money, much less super first-rate guilds. Of course, the guild's lack of funding was the main reason for this. It couldn't afford to nurture a lot of players at once yet. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling his God's domain resources for credits as it was his monetary resource in God's domain. In the future, these resources would become even more valuable. Selling them now would be the epitome of foolishness. Hence, he was forced to recruit talented players slowly. I thought he was just some newcomer who couldn't even pass the city's qualifiers. Xie Qiwen was confused. Was there an error in the report? Or did he hide his strength intentionally? The fact that Fu Jinghong had defeated Lu Jingshan proved that he was not a mere reserve fighter, yet no matter how Xie Qiwen looked at it, it shouldn't be possible for a city-level fighter to grow to a national level within a short period. I have really underestimated the Big Dipper Dojo to think they would have such a hidden trump card. Xie Qiwen could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. Sneering, he muttered, although I've allowed you all to gain some fame, do you really think the championship will be that easy to win? He hadn't expected the Big Dipper dojo to have an expert capable of defeating Lu Jingshan. However, Gu Chen and Yi Yuqing had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword, Fu Jinghong, was still dazed as he remained on platform number 1. I won, just like that. Fu Jinghong muttered as he watched the medics carry away Lu Jingshan on a stretcher. He questioned his own performance. Was that really Lu Jingshan? He had challenged the city qualifiers twice before. However, he had been eliminated both times. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was an expert who actively participated in provincial-level competitions. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to win. Yet, although Lu Jingshan's attacks had been fierce and powerful, he counted plenty of weaknesses in Lu Jingshan's stances. Most importantly, Lu Jingshan had telegraphed his attacks with his body language, which allowed him to predict his opponent's strikes. As a result, not only had he easily avoided Lu Jingshan's attacks, but he had also blocked Lu Jingshan's seemingly unblockable, chaotic arrow strikes. This was a basic mistake that no expert should make. Of course, he hadn't realized his own abilities earlier either. He had only learned about these factors after training with Lei Bao and sparring with Cola and the others. However, learning about these flaws was one thing. Putting this newfound knowledge to proper use was another altogether. To do so, he had arduously trained to execute void steps in God's domain and utilized the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover from the exhaustion, gradually increasing his brain activity. Only, even after his training, Cola and the others still beat him mercilessly. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Shifeng wasn't surprised in the least to see this outcome. Shadow Sword was immensely talented. He could easily see this in the young man's performance in God's domain. But there were a lot of differences between combat in God's domain and fights in the real world. If one wished to use their combat experience in the game in the real world, they needed to adapt. After all, one's body in the real world was different from their body in God's domain. There were minute differences between the way one controlled these two bodies. Of course, with proper guidance, one could adapt easily. Over the past 3 days, Shadow Sword had trained with Lei Bao continuously. He had also received plenty of nutrient fluids to aid his body's growth and repair. Most importantly, thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids, his mental capabilities had evolved, allowing his 5 senses to become far more sensitive. Coupled with Shadow Sword's wealth of combat experience, it was only a matter of course for him to defeat someone like Lu Jingshan, who had very little combat experience. Once the match on platform number 1 ended, the matches on the other platforms began. The fights here were much more exciting than the city's annual fighting competition, so the audience's blood boiled as they watched. After watching Fu Jinghong defeat Lu Jingshan, who had been a favorite to win, the other fighters on platform number 1 weren't so desperate to win. If they didn't think that they could defeat their opponent, they simply surrendered. After all, they still had to participate in official competitions once this friendly competition ended. Unless absolutely necessary, they would avoid injury. Aside from platform number 1, some eye-catching experts emerged on the other platforms. The White Tiger Dojo's 3 experts, in particular, struck fear in their opponents, extinguishing their plans for overcoming the elimination round. Meanwhile, the match on platform number 28 ended within less than 5 seconds. A robust man that was one. 9 meters tall was thrown from the platform, tearing a gasp from the spectators. If the person responsible were a muscular man, they wouldn't have been surprised. However, the victor was a charming beauty with an hourglass figure. With a single punch, this beauty had sent a 1.9-meter-tall man flying over 3 meters away and off the platform's edge. The waiting fighters sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Suddenly, they were afraid of this beauty. What kind of monstrous strength does she possess? Crap! Just who is she? Everyone began to evaluate the young woman. Meanwhile, The various dojos and training centers' upper echelons began to investigate this mysterious girl. When they discovered her identity, they nearly cried out in shock. This girl was actually one of the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives, Turtle Dove. Ciao ciao. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.